Hi, everybody. This is Late Night Reading Hour. We're going to read Communion. And before I start, I need to say Communion is a copyright of Walker and Collier, Inc., and is being used with permission. This reading may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. A new edition of Communion is available in ebook format as a hardcover and as a softcover, and as an unabridged audiobook read by Whitley Strieber on Audible and Apple Books. Let's jump into it. I think we're getting into a bit more hypnosis today, which is wonderful. And part 5 begins with a poem. I rage to know what beings like me, stymied by death and leeched by wonder, hug those campfires night allows, aching to know the fate of us all. Wallflowers and a waltz of stars. Diane Ackerman, Lady Faustus, and this is titled Alliance of the Lost. Recollections of my family. Trapped in the dark. From the beginning, I have been disturbed that my wife and son might have been involved in this. At the least, they had suffered with me through my upheavals. At the worst, they were as entangled as I am. Our son has been preserved from almost all conversation about it and from direct experience of my personal trauma. Even before I knew exactly what was happening to me, my first concern was to leave his happy childhood intact. When I realized that my memories fitted in with material described in the science and the UFOs, I did not tell Anne. I didn't tell anybody. As I've said, my initial impulse was to hide everything. And when I could not do that, I sought professional help through Bud Hopkins. I told Anne nothing, and our son less than nothing. Thus, when Anne was first hypnotized to aid her in recalling the nights of October 4 and December 26, she was aware only that something very unusual seemed to have happened on those dates. I did not keep it all from her, out of some desire to preserve her the purity of hypnotic recall. I kept it from her because there was a possibility, however remote, that the visitors had been around us in the night. Thus, the visitor hypothesis had been discussed by us only in general terms. Only after her first hypnosis, which took place on March 13, 1986, did I indicate that I felt there might have been some non-human presence involved in our lives. On the evening of March 15th, she was treated to the spectacular witness of the little girl at her country house. It is a testament to Anne's courage that she remained there that night. It is also true, though, that Anne had a very active mind, has a very active mind, and she was far too curious to simply retreat. Once she understood that something might be happening, our familiar teamwork system began to function, and she took over the intellectual direction of our study, bringing it to her own creative and open mind, as well as her steadfast insistence that all speculation proceed from known facts. Before hypnosis, Anne had a vague memory of me warning her of fire on the night of October 4th, of hearing an explosion and our son calling out to me. Neither of us can understand why she did not respond to the warning. In view of the explosion, she had no memories at all of the night of December 26th. There were also some prior memories. The previous March, I had told her that I flew around the room one night. I remember this as a vivid dream, but flying dreams aren't unusual, not even faintly pathological. They are generally associated by psychiatrists with hidden desires to escape stress. In 1982, we had the experience of the white thing, which was dealt with in detail in Anne's hypnosis. On March 13, 1986, Anne was hypnotized by Dr. Robert Naiman. We chose a psychiatrist other than Don Klein, so that there could be no possibility of his questions taking on some sort of unnoticed direction because of what he already knew. I felt that there was a real chance here to find some answers, and I wanted to do everything possible to encourage that outcome. Anne and I are a very deep, total marriage. If something was really happening to me, then she had to know. She would have some involvement. If she had reported nothing, then to me it would have indicated that mine was an essentially psychological experience, perhaps shared in some unusual ways, but essentially psychological. Thus, the visitor hypothesis would no longer have been among the more likely ones. I think that I would then have concluded that a hitherto undiscovered mental process with a definite physical effect was probably operating. Bob Naiman had worked before with people who have had this experience and took the same healthy and supportive stance that Don Klein did. But Bud Hopkins was present at Anne's session. Questions asked by him are identified with his name. All other questions were asked by Dr. Naiman. Despite all the progress I had made in dealing with this experience, I must admit that Anne's hypnosis disturbed me all over again. It was clear that she was not specifically expecting or seeking anything, yet something was there, and in a way that subtly implied that it has had a profound effect not only on her memories, but even on her role in our life together. Hair hypnosis does not reveal a person trying to concoct a story, but rather one trying hard to avoid remembering something she has been told in the strongest terms to forget. She was compliant, all right, but not with the hypnotist. She complied, it appears, with something else that issued previous, stronger suggestions, and they overpowered the hypnotist's effort for a very obvious reason. My wife appears to have been made to believe that my mental health depends on her not remembering, on her providing me with a safe haven in ordinary reality when I need one. I suspect that she is right to believe this. Even under hypnosis, she protected this role, which is probably essential not only to my mental health, but to that of the whole family. The regression began with her memories of the night of July 30th, 1985. She did not know it at the time, but there was some evidence in one of our son's school journals that an event involving her might have taken place on that night, when she and he were in the country and I was away on business. Rather than suggest to her in any way that we thought this might be the case, Dr. Naiman began with that night without telling her why. Hypnosis. July 30, October 4th, and December 26, 1985. Session dates, March 13th, March 21st, 1986. Subject, Anne Strieber. Psychiatrist, Robert Naiman, M.D. Dr. Naiman. First, we want you to concentrate on July 30th, 1985. You were with your son? Yeah. You were in the country then? Yeah. Who was there? A lot of workmen came that day, so I wouldn't be too lonely because I didn't have the car. Whitley took the car to go into the city. The workmen were going to be there, so I wouldn't be too lonely. I believe I bicycled to the store. I went to the store. I remember thinking, how am I gonna go to the store? I wouldn't want to drive anyway, but I've got my bicycle and I can leave my son because the workmen are there. And I did. We wanted something to make, some treat or something. We wanted some snacks or something. He wanted some snacks. And I did too. I remember I was going to be lonely putting him to bed that night, and it was. I don't remember anything strange. Was it unusual for you to be there alone with him? Yes, because we all drive up together, and I can't drive very well, and I wouldn't want to drive, so I'm never alone there with just our son overnight. I want you to concentrate on coming back from the grocery store with the treats. Yeah. When was that? It was afternoon. Late afternoon. About 4 or 3, I think, because the workmen were there, but they were leaving. What are they working on? Building the pool on the deck. And they left around 4, and it was just you and your son? Yeah. And then what? I don't remember what we had for dinner, but it would have been something fairly simple. I might have baked something, but I don't remember. I think I went to get some chocolate chips, and we made cookies. It must have been earlier in the day, because I might have given some cookies to the workmen. I think we did. Maybe that was another time, but it could have been that time. I remember we did that once. And then that's the kind of thing I would have gone to get. I wouldn't have had any chocolate chips, and I think that's what I went to get. I wanted to get a paper, and yes, I remember that. And I said, why should I wait when I have a bicycle? So you and your son had dinner together, the two of you? Yeah. What time would that be? 6 or so? Sounds perplexed. I don't remember dinner. We were invited somewhere. I don't think so. And what time would you have been putting him to bed? Around 8, 7:30. Something you were not looking forward to. Well, it's hard being all alone all day and with a kid, and I'm tired at night, and I'm not usually the one who puts him to bed. And I'm not as good at reading stories as Whitley is, and I don't look forward to it when Whitley's gone, to putting him to bed. But it went all right. Yeah, I don't remember. No, I couldn't have watched TV because we had no TV reception, but we had the VCR. I don't think I had a movie to watch. I don't remember. I remember Whitley came back, and it was earlier than I thought. When was that? The next day. Do you remember anything that night when you were sleeping alone? No. No. Did your son call to you during the night? I don't think so. You slept your usual sound sleep? I think so. But it's lonely going to sleep in the country alone at night. I might have heard some noises. It seems like maybe I did, but they weren't anything because I had the doors locked. And you have the burglar alarm system. Yeah. Do you often hear steps? Sounds? Not steps. I doubt if it was steps. You don't always hear sounds. It was pretty quiet, not noisy. All right. So let me give you 1 more minute to concentrate. I want you to concentrate as hard as you can because you have this very special brand of concentration ability right now. This capacity to concentrate, I want you to just concentrate on that night from sundown on. Funny. I remember the afternoon, but I don't remember the night. I don't remember after the workmen left. Long pause. All right, we won't put any more time in on that right now, but it's very possible that after I take you out of the trance, between now and the end of the weekend, something will come to you about the 30th. And if it does, try very hard to remember if something passes through your mind. Yes. Nothing ever did. She was left with a memory that just stops right before dinner and doesn't start again until I return the next morning. What happened in between was completely blank, as if powerfully blocked. Her earlier memories of that day are perfectly normal. Because of this procedure we are going through now, we may be loosening up some memories that will not emerge until you're out of the trance, so be alert. Yes. Now, let's go out to the night of October the 4th. As I understand it, you and Whitley were there with your son, and there was there guests, Jacques and his woman friend, Annie. Everybody's going to bed. You've had a good time, a good meal, a lot of good wine, and conversation. Is that true? Well, we went to a restaurant. Oh? Next day, we had fun, because Jacques went swimming, and the water was very cold. Let's go back to that night of October 4th. You said good night to your guests, and your son is already asleep, of course. We got home late. We didn't get finished at the restaurant until about 9. They had been there before, but they slept on the couch. This was the first time they saw the guest room. I didn't have a bed in there before. So dark. You couldn't see anything very well, though. Everybody just came home and got our beds ready and put on our pajamas. Because we were all tired. I don't think we talked much that night. Yes? We left later than usual, or I don't remember. I think that's why we ate out. There was no time to buy groceries, so we must have left later than usual for some reason. This was a Friday evening. Yeah. So you said good night to everyone, and you and Whitley went upstairs? Yeah. Just give me, to the best of your recollection, what happened that night, concentrating as hard as you can. Long pause. It wasn't a peaceful night, but I don't remember why. Pause. Seems distressed. What are you thinking of right now? Well, I don't know. Because you just screwed up your face and clenched your eyes. It seems like there was a lot going on, but I don't remember. I remember when Whitley thought the roof was on fire. I don't remember that, but I remember it was like a culmination of a lot of other, it was surprising because it was like a culmination of a lot of other activity. Seems like it was late and not dark, but I don't remember that, and it's not clear. But it doesn't seem like it was dark enough. Usually it's so dark. It's all dark and so restful and quiet. But I don't get that feeling about it. I get the feeling that Whitley was up all night, and it was this thing, and that thing, and finally it was the roof. It was something else other than the roof on fire. There was something about the stove for another reason. What's going through your mind right now? Nothing. Nothing? Concentrate hard. I just see a light. I mean, it's not dark. It's not dark. Yet when you came back from the restaurant, you were struck by how dark it was. Did I say that? Yes. I remember the house was dark because we couldn't see. I remember thinking, they can't see the guest room very well, and they'd never seen it before. Of course, they could have turned on the light. It was very dark outside. I don't believe we turned on many lights. We just went to bed. We were all very tired, and we all just wanted to go to bed. The thought flitted around through my mind, as the hostess, should we drink something or sit and talk? But we all just wanted to go to bed. What time was it? I think it was about 9. When you came back from the restaurant, you were very tired. You get tired earlier out there. It's funny. Restful. Affects everybody. Never stay up late. I don't know what the calendar says, but I get the sense that there was a new moon that night. Very little moonlight. Dr. Naiman had not been told that there was a heavy fog all night. It was inky black due to the lack of reflected light in this sparsely populated area. The moon was waning and past the half. It rose about 10:30 and set in the pre-dawn hours. No. No what? I don't know. It seems like there was a light. Tell me about it. No, I don't think that there was. I just think there was. I mean, it's just that I had my eyes closed, and it's not dark, it's light. You were back on that night, October 4th? Well, I'm trying to be. I'm there, and we go to bed. I remember when we were in the restaurant more clearly. Then we walked to the parking lot, and the car is cold. Very cold. It's dark, but the restaurant's illuminated outside. It does seem to be a dark night, yes, it does. But the restaurant has lights aiming at it, so maybe the contrast. But it seems like a very black and inky night. But a clear night? Stars? I don't think it was gray and cloudy, because when it's cloudy, it seems light. But when it's clear, you can see the dark night and you can see the stars. But I don't. Let's go back to your being in bed. It was sometime after 9 o'clock that night. It was odd being in bed with people in the house because you feel like you can't talk loudly. Our house is not very soundproof. What? Our house isn't very soundproof. So you had to be quiet. You feel like if you bounce around in bed, they can hear you, and they can hear you talk, so you kind of whisper and feel self-conscious. And it was odd to think of so many people in the house, because usually there's just my son down there, and it's very empty. In the kitchen, you feel like it's empty. And it was so full. The house was full, Did that give you a feeling of security? No, it was just different. But you do remember lying in bed with Whit and whispering. Vaguely, not very clearly. I don't remember much about that. Were you comfortable in bed? Well, we were kind of. Yeah, we're always comfortable in bed. On a night in October, it must be pretty chilly up there. October? No, November. It's December. No, October 4th. We're talking about October. October? It was October that Jacques and Annie... So it was. I think it was December because I remember snow. But it didn't snow in October. It didn't? It's not likely. I remember snow. Either she has confused the October and December experiences or she has a vague memory of the chilly fog. I remember it was very cold. Do you remember the kind of clothes you were wearing when you went to the restaurant? No, but they'd be casual clothes. Maybe they'd be my daytime clothes. Skirt. I might not have changed clothes. I am interested in exploring how cold you were. Were you wearing enough clothes? I might not have been, because I often leave my country clothes up there. It's always cold in that house because you have to get the fire up. It would have been cold, but I turned on the electric mattress pad and got warm. How did your body feel that night? Well, I think it was cold and got warm. Her room was very warm when Whitley woke me up. In the middle of the night or the morning? Oh, it was during the middle of the night. Yeah. Tell me about that. Whitley had been talking about the chimney lately, feeling it, and he thought the roof was on fire. But I didn't see how the roof could be on fire because there were no flames, there was no light. I woke her up about the first time when I was awakened by the light that passed by the windows. By the time she was aroused, it had reduced to a small glow in the front yard. If the roof's on fire, you'd see the roof all lit up. He saw a light that I didn't see. Did he tell you about the light when he woke up? Well, he said... I don't remember how he did, but I had the impression that he saw flames or light. Not flames. It didn't make sense to me. Is it possible you didn't open your eyes? Yeah. That's possible? Yeah. Yet, you do make some references to a light that night. That feeling is gone now, but I don't remember it as a restful night. You know, Bud is here, of course, and you don't mind if he asks you some questions. No. Bud Hopkins. Did you have any dreams that night? Don't remember. Bud Hopkins, you said it had been a restless night. Because of dreams? Let me think. I don't think Whitley was there very much. He was gone. You know, he goes sometimes at night. He goes and works, or just goes. Where did he go that night? Downstairs. You have an impression of Whit being away from the bed. Yes. It's lonely, you know. I wish he wouldn't do that. Was it after he said the roof's on fire? I think it was before, too. He went out. Then he came back again. He was just doing things all night. It certainly was not a night of sound, deep sleep. It certainly was not a night of sound, deep sleep for you, was it? Well, it doesn't seem to be, but I don't remember anything. But it has to be, really. Did you hear your son? Yes. You heard that? Oh, yes, he sounded so frightened. Really scared. Is that very common? He gets nightmares sometimes, but he sounded especially frightened. I remember he sounded really terrified. So frightened. More frightened than usual. He screamed, eh? Oh yes, it's painful to hear. Nobody else remembered him screaming, only calling for me. Is that something that, in a normal night's sleep, you might sleep through without hearing? Oh, no. Whitley usually hears him first, but I always hear him. You didn't sleep that soundly. Oh no, I heard it. I know you heard it, but I want to know if you heard it. Oh no, I heard it. Some nights I might not, but usually I hear it. This you couldn't miss, I mean. It was so loud. Did he say words? Well, he did, but I don't remember what they were. He was really scared. Something really scared him. I thought maybe something was happening to him, because it was like something was happening to him. I thought somebody was doing something to him. It was a different kind of scream. But why didn't you go to him? Because Whitley already was on his way. But I remember feeling very uneasy. I wanted to go too. But I felt I shouldn't. Why not? I thought there was something Whitley would... It had to do with him. He was supposed to go. He was supposed to go? He was supposed to go. I wasn't supposed to, but I wanted to go. It must have been very difficult staying in bed. It was, because I wondered what had happened. When did you find out what had happened? I don't remember. What did happen? I do remember. He was gone for a long time. He didn't come back. Sometimes he goes and sleeps down there when our son has a nightmare, or sleeps in our son's room in the apartment. I remember feeling very lonely that he didn't come back, and I didn't think it was fair to be left like that. It was very lonely and scary. It made me uneasy. He kept going, he kept going. I never sleep with our son. Bud Hopkins, when your son kept crying, Whitley kept going, kept leaving. Bud Hopkins, I want you to do something. You're lying very, very quiet, relaxed, just as you were that night. I want you to concentrate on what you can see and feel and hear. If you can see something through your eyelids, feel your body, your shoulder, your legs. Feel relaxed. I don't feel relaxed. I'm not relaxed. I can't feel relaxed if I wasn't relaxed. I mean, it wasn't relaxing. No, it wasn't relaxing at all. There was too much going on, it was... Bud Hopkins, was there something going on in the room? Or did Jacques and Annie... No, they weren't in on it. There was something going on. I wanted to know what was going on. Look, things were going on, and I wanted to know what was going on. There was lots of things going on, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. Why didn't you get up and go see? I couldn't. Because I wouldn't. Was I afraid to? Or wasn't supposed to? I wasn't supposed to. It was like your mother said to you, you have to stay here. Even if you don't, you're dying to get out and see what's going on, but you know because you've been told. Her identification of the directing force as feminine is fascinating. You were trained to do that? Well, we're all trained to do that from childhood. But Hopkins, who told you that? Nobody told me. I just had to do it. Is it something Whitley told you? No. He's just left. No. I have an impulse to turn on a light? Oh, no. No, I wasn't supposed to see. Who said so? No one said so. I just knew it. You weren't supposed to see. No, and I just knew it. That's what worried me, because I wasn't supposed to know, but my son was so afraid. And Whitley was saying things like, the roof is on fire, and I wasn't supposed to do anything. It's like somebody says, well, the car is crashing, but don't do anything. Strange orders. Well, they weren't orders. You see, they weren't orders, no. But Hopkins, Anne, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to, with your eyes closed and very relaxed. I'm not relaxed. As relaxed as you can be, I want you to have a little dream, a fantasy, about what all that activity was, what's happening. All right. Somehow Whitley's involved, your boy is involved. I'm not involved. Well, your dream about it. Tell us what you remember. Whitley's supposed to go. They came for Whitley. I'm sorry? They came for Whitley and he's supposed to go, but I'm not supposed to go. Who came? Nobody that I know of. He just has a feeling that he's supposed to. And it's like when someone's going off to war or something, they're supposed to go, and you're supposed to stay home. Now, there has been a shift, though, because in the early part of the evening, when you thought Whitley was out of bed, you say he often goes downstairs and writes. Not in the country, because he writes upstairs in the country. He doesn't write in the country very often. You have to turn on the overhead light to write in the country. No, I just mean at home in the apartment. He gets up. I found out that he's done a lot of things at night, or I kind of sense it. In the city? Yeah. So his being out of bed that night. Now, it wasn't usual for the country, actually. He stays in bed in the country. He really does. And that's why I think he gets more rest there, because he goes to bed and stays there, and there's no place to go. There's nothing to write, nothing to tempt him. And I'm the one who gets up early and reads in the country. He even sleeps late. But Hopkins, why do you think Jacques and Annie don't get up? They heard screaming from your son. Weren't they concerned? I think they did get up, didn't they? No, neither of them testified that they got up, and both of them were awake enough to remember their own movements and that of others. Did you hear them? I think I remember hearing Annie speaking to him. I think Annie went to him first, and I remember feeling jealous that I couldn't go. I'm his mother. It wasn't right. It made me look bad. It made me look like I didn't care. Annie Gottlieb did not leave her room and did not speak to our son. But Hopkins, when you hear him calling, do you feel your legs tensing? Yes. Usually Whitley goes, but this one sounded bad and I wanted to go. It sounded different and I wanted to go too. Well, I thought there was something in there. What do you mean? I don't know. It's like there was a friend or something. It's just a memory. Afterwards, she said that this referred to our bedroom, that she thought she had seen a friend. She would not elaborate. When questioned again about it 2 weeks later, she had nothing to add at all. What was restraining you? I didn't feel restrained. I just felt like I wasn't supposed to go. But Hopkins, have you obeyed other things like that in your life? I wonder if I have. Is it a familiar feeling? No, but I used to always do it, you know. Do what? If there was a choice, I'd do it, because if you do it, at least you've done it, you know? What do you mean? I just mean that I don't think I was a person who didn't do things. That's not true. So this is a variant. It's not, though, because Whitley's the one that gets up at night. Okay, so can we shift now to morning? I don't remember it specifically. I don't. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what we had for breakfast. I remember going swimming, wanting to see if Jacques could do it. It was cold. I couldn't do it. Or did I? I don't think I even tried. I put on my bathing suit, but I couldn't even get my feet in. I felt bad because Whitley got in. But nobody but Jacques got in. Not even Whitley got in. If he did, it was only for a short period. Annie did. I thought just to stay even with Jacques because she's smaller than I am. We all wanted to see if Jacques could. It's kind of a joke. You don't remember what you had for breakfast. You don't remember the atmosphere around the table. It was pleasant, I think. Pleasant. How was your son? I don't remember. He was fine. All right. Is there anything else you want to say about that October 4th night? October 5th morning? Well, I found it funny when I woke up that the roof wasn't burned. You found it funny that the roof wasn't burned? Yeah, because I thought it was going to be. But Hopkins, what about the bang? Maybe that's why it seemed so active that night. What do you mean? Maybe it was noisy. What kind of noises? Long pause. Don't remember. Can you describe them in any way? Just our son. Seems like there were a lot of noises, you know. Doesn't seem like it was a quiet night. I get the impression it wasn't a quiet night. I get the impression that someone was there, but it wasn't Jacques and Annie, because they were in their room, and they stayed in their room. And then I remember Annie comforting our boy. It was a woman. I thought it was Annie. It was Annie. You recognized her voice? Yeah, I think I did. Oh, I just get the impression. It's general and vague. My memory is just not good. But I get the vague impression that they were in there like a cocoon, locked in that room. Jacques and Annie? Yeah. How did that happen? Well, it's just because they were. It's like they couldn't get out, you know? You think they were paralyzed or something? Well, I just knew that they were in there, and that they just weren't going to come out, and it was kind of odd because one of the things about sleeping upstairs is that you think people who are downstairs might get up and walk around, and you might hear them and they would hear you. But I knew that wasn't going to be the case. The feeling is very vague. I just remember feeling that they weren't going to come out, that they shut the door, and they weren't going to come out. I remember the morning. I came down, and the door was still shut, and I thought, oh, they're still in there, and I wonder if they can't come out, or if they will come out. I knew they still had to be in there, but it was almost as if they weren't. Bud Hopkins, do you feel at this point that she was talking? She was trying to comfort him. Bud Hopkins, so she did come out. Yeah, if it was Annie. It must have been Annie. Bud Hopkins, did you hear words? I think I did. But vaguely, like, what's the matter? I'm not sure, though. I just remember it vaguely. But I remember thinking that everybody else got there first. I want to jump ahead to December 26th of 1985. What do you remember of that day as you concentrate very hard? Day after. I don't remember anything. Think hard. Who was there? Just us. The three of you? Oh, yeah. That was the day of the owl? Well, that's what I'm told. I remember the owl. I remember Whitley talking about Crystal, too. About a what? A crystal in the sky. But that was before the owl. What does that mean, a crystal in the sky? A bright crystal in the sky. Did you see it? Oh, no. Why do you say, oh, no, as if Whitley saw a lot of things that I didn't see at that time? Did you look for it? Oh, no, because I knew it wasn't real. How did you know it wasn't real? Whitley is a fairly down-to-earth guy. No, he isn't. He's not? No, because there couldn't be a crystal in the sky. He said it had a point that touched the earth. It didn't surprise you hearing Whitley that he sees things like that? No. It's an old story? No, not like that, no. Why didn't it surprise you? Well, I guess I just thought he'd explain it later. Whitley, said he'd flown around the room. What do you say to something like that? When was that? Oh, he was saying that last year. You think Whitley should go to a psychiatrist? No. No? No, because I think he can deal with these problems. Bud Hopkins. Back to that night. It was so restless. It was like a party. Nervous laughter. There are lots of things going on here now. It was like a party, and I'm not being invited. Bud Hopkins. A fun party? Oh no. What kind of party was it? Well, Jacques and Annie weren't invited either. It was all going on downstairs, and I had to wait for them to come back. Because this question about the night of October 4th was asked during hypnotic regression to December 26th, she is now confused about events on the two dates, and it is not possible to tell whether she means that things were going on downstairs on the 4th or on the 26th. It was like your mother says, "No, you can't go. You have to wait for us to come upstairs." Bud Hopkins, what I wanted to ask is, do you think that feeling may have ever happened to you before? What feeling? The feeling that there's something going on that you're not allowed to see, some kind of activity like that at night. Well, I've often felt that there are things going on with Whitley, and I wasn't supposed to know. I'm supposed to kind of help him afterwards to deal with it. That's my role. But I can't stop them, you know. He just has to. Do you think these are things that come out of Whitley's head? No, I don't think he has hallucinations, no. But I think they come to him because of his head. He has a very unique head. Bud Hopkins, Anne, I'd like to ask you, there was a night on LaGuardia Place. On LaGuardia Place, yes. Bud Hopkins, that something thumped you. Oh, the white thing. Bud Hopkins, you have a sense of what that was? Oh, yes. Bud Hopkins, tell us what that was. Like a sharp jab in the stomach, right here. Points to an area just below the ribs and the center of the abdomen, and it was like 4 fingers, not just 1 finger. It was, oof, it was like a joke. But then who would do that? And disappear? You don't woke me right up. Did you open your eyes? I don't think so, but I sat up. It woke me up. My son woke up and had a nightmare at the same time and said something poked him in the stomach. And then Whitley, I don't remember what it was the next morning or whatever, and he said something poked him in the stomach. He said he saw a little white thing, and our son said he saw a little white thing, and the babysitter, she saw a little white thing. Bud Hopkins, try to make a guess about that little white thing, what it would look like. A little ghost. A little white ghost with little feet and kind of running around and getting out of your way quickly. When it pokes you, you know. The babysitter said that she thought it was some boys with sheets over their heads, but it didn't look like that. On reading this description of little feet in our apartment in 1982, I was reminded of Annie Gottlieb's memory of scampering in our country house in 1985. At the time of her hypnosis, my wife was unaware of Annie's testimony. Bud Hopkins. Didn't look like what? No, it had kind of a square head, and it's white. I can't see it, but that's just how I imagine it would look. Bud Hopkins. Did it have folds? No, just kind of glowing. Just so you could see it. Otherwise, how could you see it in the dark? Bud Hopkins. Did it have any color? No, white. Bud Hopkins. Does it speak to you in some way or another? No. Bud Hopkins. What do you think it's doing? I don't know. It seems to be kind of a joke, you know? Bud Hopkins. It had arms and legs. Yeah. Bud Hopkins. Fingers? Yeah. I don't think it had toes, though. Kind of pointed feet. But it was like it wasn't wearing anything, but it was, because you didn't see any seams or clothing or anything. But it wasn't naked. You know, little pointed feet. Bud Hopkins. How tall was it? Oh, about as tall as a 4-year-old. Had little pointed feet. Bud Hopkins. Do you think he was in there, to your knowledge, more than once? What do you mean? Bud Hopkins. Did you see it more than once? No, I was just poked once, trying to remember if I saw him before, back in my childhood. You know something? No, wait a minute. Pause. I think I did, but I don't remember where. You know, I had a very lonely childhood. I was always alone, but I don't think really. But I didn't have imaginary friends. I didn't believe in that. I wonder if he's in that room. The room glows. I wasn't afraid of the little white thing. Bud Hopkins, when you were on LaGuardia Place, I thought it was interesting that he would actually show himself to the babysitter. Laughs. I thought that was very mischievous of him. Bud Hopkins, anything threatening about him? No. She apparently does not remember screaming when she was awakened by the prodding, but I remember it as the only nightmare she has ever had. Bud Hopkins, frightening? No. Bud Hopkins, a cute, lovable little... Well, not really, no. Because you know he's invading your privacy. He should stay away. Mind his own business. Just felt now that I think of it, I didn't feel it at the time, but now that I think of it, it seems familiar. And I feel like I knew him when I was a kid, you know? But I don't remember anything at all. But I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. It's just, now that I think of him, I feel a familiarity coming over me. Except I really don't think it was true. No. She was then brought out of the trance, after making a comment under hypnosis that she thought her memories had been taken out, an assertion that the hypnotist assured her would not be true in the future. Subsequent to this hypnosis, Anne felt disturbed that her memory seemed to blank at crucial moments. After hypnosis, she did not recall her comments about seeing the light behind her eyelids. When questioned about this, she said she was very unsure about it. Maybe the light she was referring to was simply that in Dr. Naiman's office. She decided to attempt hypnosis again, and a week later was hypnotized by Dr. Naiman, who still had not been informed of the results of my sessions. Before this hypnosis, Anne was talkative and her memory was excellent. During hypnosis, it was found that she was still incapable of remembering much about the crucial nights, except that she had a powerful image that the screaming she had heard was me, not our son. She also saw my face as I screamed and was terrified by the idea that something could frighten me that much. The elusive female presence that is referred to in the first session acquires a more specific existence this time. Unfortunately, during discussion about her first session, I inadvertently let slip that I thought I had been screaming on the night of October 4th. Even though her memory may thus have been tainted, her recollection of this is so vivid in the transcript that it may also be that it really happened. As most of the session was taken up in a futile effort to dislodge memories that either are not present or cannot emerge, I will transcribe only the relevant part of the material prior to the hypnosis Anne and Dr. Naiman spoke about in her reasons for returning. And that is where I'm going to stop because this goes on for a while. I'm getting a little hoarse. Once again, thank you for joining me. This is very enjoyable. We've got about a quarter of it left, so something to look forward to. Don't be too scared, and I will see you next time. Welcome back to Late Night Reading Hour. We are very well on our way through communion, and as I record these videos, you may notice that this pop guard gets more and more messed up. The cat really likes to get at it. Anyway, we got into some of Anne's hypnosis last time. And I think for what we read, it was a lot more about what wasn't there than what was. So I believe we will be reading more about that and maybe getting a little more in depth, a little more clarity, maybe something interesting. I couldn't remember very many things experientially like you were there. I only remember 1 or 2 things in the whole hour and a half as an experience, the way you think of a real memory. Just addressing myself to the tape that is rolling. This is the 21st of March, 1986, and Anne is here answering my questions on her reflections about her last visit here, which was 1 week ago today. And that's what she's been talking about. How about the hypnosis? Do you have any feelings about that? Well, I found 2 things. One is, I don't know how very deep I was into it because I did find it very hard to bring up pictures in my mind. But that's, I suppose, for other people to determine, or myself to determine with more experience. Number 2, the wonderful thing about hypnosis, the reason that it gives you a good feeling, is that the barrier that's always there when you're talking to other people, even about very mundane things about which you have no secrets, is lifted. And you feel that you're going to be very honest, and not in a way that someone's going to make you say something you don't want to say. I didn't get that feeling, but you feel a sense of freedom, that you can really be honest. It's very refreshing, because you feel that you just have to think about what you want to answer, not how the other person is going to perceive it. How come you're back here today? I think because this is my project as well as Whitley's, and I think we have to try once more before I get let in on things. And it was kind of odd, I thought, because the things I did remember were not to me very clear memories at all. And I almost feel that they seized upon them. If I have a faint thought that it looks a little light behind my eyelids, but I don't know if it's because this is a white room or because I'm remembering it was light then. It was so vague. I feel kind of bad when people try and be very fair. I just don't think. One of your last comments was, "Now I can go home and hear Whitley's tapes." But I decided not to. I went home and talked to Whitley about it, and at that point, we decided not to. I see. And at that point, you had not yet decided to come back here today. Well, I figured if I didn't listen to them, I would come back. But I said to Whitley, "What do you think? I think perhaps I ought to do this again before I listen to the tapes." And Whitley said, "Yeah." "But you initiated this." "Oh yes, I am here voluntarily. If I had said, 'No, I'm through with this,' I wouldn't be here." How do you feel about this? It's interesting. Bud Hopkins, a basic ground rule today. Don't worry about saying anything you think Whitley or I may want you to say. Or I may want me to say. Don't worry about it. Don't try and decide if it fits or it doesn't fit. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is more unconscious motivations. Consciously, I'm not going to do that. Bud Hopkins. Try not to censor, not to judge, is what I mean. Dr. Naiman. Not only will we not hold you responsible for your unconscious motivations, we welcome them. Just let your unconscious run free. There's nothing wrong with that. We want those associations. You look kind of puzzled. You mean if unconsciously inside I say, darn it, everybody else saw light, I really want to see light. That's not so unconscious. That's very conscious. That's what was operating last week. That's like if there was an auto accident and everybody else got the number of the car and you didn't. You feel like a jerk. She was then put into a trance. For a time, she reflected on a dream of a big, beautiful Victorian house on a grassy hill. It soon became evident that this was no symbol for a flying disc, but rather for our family life. Okay, are we ready to leave the dream now of that white Victorian house? Yes. Okay. If it's agreeable to you while you're in this trance, I am going to change places with Bud, and he'll take over the questioning. Yes. All questions that follow were asked by Bud Hopkins. There were further questions about the little white thing, which elicited the opinion that she did not remember it from her childhood after all. Hopkins, moving to the night when the white thing had appeared in our apartment, tried to get her to describe any feelings she might have had about it. I thought it was very odd that it had revealed itself, because if it had just poked Whitley, it would have been just one of those odd things that Whitley says, and I say, well, it was just an experience he had. But since it poked me and our son, it kind of gave him away, and I thought it was odd of him to do that, with poking all of us. He revealed himself, even appearing on the fire escape to the sitter. We wouldn't have tied that in. We'd have thought she'd gone crazy, or that it was a prowler, and we would have been worried. Even that wouldn't have done it. Even if our son had seen it too, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have thought he'd just been influenced, except that he was poked. If he hadn't been poked, if he'd just said he saw something like Casper the Friendly Ghost, which is what he said, well, you'd just think it was a dream. Even if child and father had the same dream, well, sometimes they have a kind of ESP together, and they always have had. So even that's interesting, but it's not something you can go much further with. It really interested me that it would give itself away like it did. Take a few minutes and think through a dialogue, an imaginary dialogue, questions you might ask, answers you might get, what Whitley or your son might say. I can't imagine talking to it. It doesn't seem like something that would talk. I mean, I can't. It just doesn't seem like something that would talk. They aren't capable of talking. I just can't imagine that. I just wouldn't even think of asking it anything. I don't get the feeling that it wants to talk, and I don't get the feeling that it can talk, or that if it could, it would necessarily want to communicate. I don't think it does. Just one last question about it, since we know he came there and was seen several times. Do you ever have any feelings that he was there any other time? Any other inkling? Any sense of another time you felt he was there? No. I know Whitley does, because he sees things out of the corner of his eye. That's why I think it made a mistake poking me. Because that gave it a kind of reality testing. Then appearing to the babysitter gave it further reality testing. It's almost like he was making a mistake there. Wasn't thinking through his plans well enough. What do you think his plans were? Well, that I don't know. Seemed impish to me, to poke people and run. So we'll move on to something else. I want to go to the October 4th night again. And this is a strange night, and you've had glimmerings of things and half memories. Describe hearing your son crying. I want you to take a few minutes and hear that sound, as if you were in bed that night, hearing that sound, and listen for the sounds. Any words, what kind of voice? I don't know if he said, "Mommy, Mommy," or "Daddy, Daddy." It seems like he screamed. It seems like he called me, but everybody says he called Whitley. Screaming, though. Long pause, becomes visibly tense, gasps. Well, I don't know what to say, because I feel it's been influenced and I don't want to say it. Don't worry, say what you feel. Well, I know Whitley told me it was him screaming. He told me that. Now, when I take that thought into my mind, and then I think about the screams, I can hear Whitley screaming. It's very hard because Whitley's not the one who's supposed to scream. He's supposed to protect us. But I can't hear him screaming. I can see his face, very frightened, terrified. His eyes widen and get very white. Just so frightened, I don't know, is that real or not? Because maybe it's my imagination doing that. Don't worry about that. If he was screaming, it would be so unusual. He's always so calm. But he does get frightened. He gets very frightened sometimes. The way you describe his voice, his face, oh, I can picture it. I'm trying to remember when I would have seen it. I just hear the voice of a woman. He's so frightened. And I think at the same time, he would have been a bit ashamed of himself because whatever he saw, he would have been frightened for us, not just for himself. But he was so frightened that he had to feel mostly frightened for himself. Did he seem very far away from you when he screamed? No, because I can see his face. No, not far away. Was he in the room? That I don't know at all. I don't picture any room. Can you remember another time he screamed like that? Well, I'm trying to picture if there ever was a time. There've been some times where he seemed frightened, but I don't think there's ever been a time when he screamed. You know, it's frightening to see a man scream, because men don't scream. Maybe they should or could, but they don't. So it's an experience you don't have. You never feel a man scream. I think most men don't even know they could scream. Why is he screaming? Whispers. I don't know. Long silence. It's fading away now. I was trying to think about that time, what I remember about it. You said you heard a woman's voice, Annie? Mumbling in a soothing way. Mumbling. Yes. Do you remember the words? I don't remember. Maybe it was like the tone of voice that made them sound soothing. Say like, that's okay, don't be afraid. Did it sound like Annie's voice? It was deeper. She has kind of a highish voice. Long pause. I get the feeling of ignorance being a kind of protection for me. Tell us what you're feeling now, Anne. I feel like I don't want to say anything. I don't know why that is. Usually I say a lot of things. Long pause. I want you to say what you feel. Can I ask you another question? Yes. If you ask a question, I might actually talk. In all of this, can you tell how Anne relates to all of this? I know my role, and it's rather a tiresome role, but born with a certain personality. You can't fight it. I am the one who's not informed, except through Whitley. I am the one who responds emotionally. I know if it feels right. Whitley doesn't have any talent for that at all. Sometimes he can't feel the most obvious things. Do you feel your roles have been chosen? Did you choose these roles? I feel they're inevitable roles. Because of the person you are? Yes. I also feel that they're roles not only because of who you are, but who you are with, and therefore you play certain parts according to who you're dealing with. I want you to take a few minutes and think over all of this, your role, your son's, Whitley's, the little white thing, Whitley's screaming. Mull over these images and think, what is central? What is marginal? What does it mean? A feeling that Whitley was vulnerable. That's a rather frightening feeling. I would rather not know about these things that make Whitley vulnerable. Anything else, Anne? No. She was then brought out of the trance. Whitley's supposed to go. They came for Whitley. I listened to the recording of Anne's first hypnosis on March 17, 1986. the Monday after the confirming encounter in the country. I hadn't listened to it on the previous Friday because she told me she hadn't remembered anything much, and indeed, on careful questioning, that was her perception. I asked her, "What do you mean? Whitley's supposed to go?" "Well, that's what I said." "Do you see me go?" "No, but I hear it. There's a lot of noise sometimes. I keep my eyes closed." "But don't you worry." "No. You're always there in the morning." Fortunately, by the time I did listen to the tape, I had become so used to being shocked that I did not really react too badly. I didn't end up stalking the streets or sitting in my office staring into space, but her testimony had a powerful effect on me. It was by no means a typical abduction scenario that could have been drawn from subconscious memories of things she had read in the paper over the years. It was unlike other testimony, and thus was almost certainly taken not from her cultural background, but from her actual memories and perceptions. Hers was probably the most remarkable element yet to be produced and introduced into this account. This was because there seemed to be so much unconscious process implied by her testimony. It really did appear that she had performed a function she had been trained to do. And then there was that enigmatic female presence. In my own hypnosis, I remembered it making some sort of noises to me when I was beside the bed on the night of October 4th. And remembering this too. Despite the slip about my screaming, she had no reason to identify that presence at the bedside, or to add that it was saying something while the screaming took place. The temptation was, of course, to say that the visitor hypothesis was now so compelling it must be true. Testimony like hers, supportive in a totally unique manner, suggested very powerfully that there was some kind of design behind our experience. They had been taking me for reasons of their own, and Anne had somehow been programmed to rehabilitate me by regrounding me in life. However, it seemed to me that a rigorously objective approach still might prove more productive than surrender to a specific view. But how to remain objective? I was being exposed to this. I was disappearing into the night. I had remembered probes going into my brain. My wife had painted a picture of me as a sort of soldier of the night, vulnerable and helpless. One could state a few things with certainty if one was careful. Something happened to me and possibly to my son. Its source and nature were unknown, but there was a strong suggestion that it included some sort of physical component external to and independent of us. This could be anything from some sort of sensitivity as yet unknown to fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field to actual visitors. Another thing that could be stated was that my wife had been aware that something was happening, and she responded by preserving her own neutrality. Maybe she had been trained to do this, and maybe not. It could also be true that she was doing it out of an instinct to help her husband. The support she had provided may have been her own invention, rather than the outcome of training or suggestion from the visitors. Could she herself have been the woman, or the source of the female being? who at once gave me those insights on the night of October 4th and comforted me in my anguish? Who were the old gods, really? Perhaps we gave them to ourselves when unconscious was joined to unconscious. Maybe this was one possible outcome. In general, Anne's memories were clear until it came to anything that may have related to the visitors. At that point, she became unable to remember. This was most forcefully illustrated early in the transcript when she was recalling her day alone with our son on July 30th. We have questioned him very gently about this matter, and have discovered a wealth of information, which I will deal with in a separate section. Before Anne's hypnosis, I found 2 short essays he had written for his school journal over the course of the fall, both of which could easily be descriptions of events relating to the visitors. Or they could simply be the work of an imaginative little boy. And yet even the drawings of the monsters accompanying the stories suggest the large slanted eyes of the visitors. As both stories concern only him and his mother, we decided that they might refer to July 30th. Since the 3 of us are almost never separated, it was easy to pinpoint that particular date. I had gone to Philadelphia to appear on National Public Radio. I had spent the night at the Harley in New York and returned to the country on the morning of the 31st. I found everything totally normal, and my wife and son perfectly happy. Were it not for our son's 2 essays and all these other strange occurrences, we never would have even guessed that something might have happened that day. Before her hypnosis, nobody told Anne that she would be asked about it, nor was any allusion made about why. She was unaware of the essays in the journal, which we had prevented her from seeing. She remembered her day clearly until she reached the evening. Then she seemed to think that the 2 of them might have been invited somewhere. Then she went almost totally blank. Both our son's essays refer to her fainting when the monster appeared. Interestingly, she remembered watching TV at some point. I remember more than once watching a screen, such as the gray one I was put in front of when I was 12. Hypnosis then proceeded to a regression about the night of October 4th. Neither hypnotist nor subject knew much about the events of that night, as is clear from their initial mutual confusion. Frankly, Anne's totally unprompted allusions to a vague and powerful and very definitely female presence have been one of the things that has left me with long thoughts. I have gone to her and watched her in peaceful sleep and wondered what it all might mean. When she was first asked by Dr. Naiman what she remembered about the nights of the 4th, she evidenced obvious distress, screwing up her face and clenching her eyes as if shrinking from a painful sight or noise. And yet, when he asked her what she was thinking of, she promptly replied that she didn't know. A little persistence on his part brought a strangely conflicted memory of a night of activity that went on around her, but in which she was not allowed to participate. At first, she clearly remembered that the night was uncomfortably light, although she later denied this memory, as Dr. Naiman had not been apprised of the importance of the light. He made no special effort to draw information about it out of her, thus leaving both of her memories and her denial intact. This also means that there were probably no hidden cues that she should recall the light more clearly. After the session, she was asked what had made her say that the night seemed too light. I had a vague memory of my eyes closed and my eyelids all lit up, as if light was on in the room, but it was very, very vague. She was asked why she repeated so many variants on the theme that it wasn't a peaceful night. Despite reinforcement during hypnosis that she would shake some of these memories free afterwards, she was not able to do so. She said, "I feel like I am a piece of spaghetti, with you on one end pulling and then them on the other end refusing to let go." She finally closed this section of her regression with, "I just see a light. I mean, it's not dark, you know. It's not dark." Later in the regression, she began to make references to the house being full, as if there was something different about it, to use her word. We often have house guests in the country, and the presence of Jacques and Annie was nothing unusual. Was she trying to indicate that somebody else was present in the house? The transcript was not suggestive enough on this point to be sure, but during both sessions she indicated that a woman was present. There was also that cryptic reference to a friend being in our bedroom, a reference that was never expanded upon. When asked who this friend might be, she said she just had the feeling that somebody was in there. Why friend, though? Why not simply person? It was somebody we knew, an old friend. Jacques or Annie? No, somebody else. Can you picture them? No, it's just what I felt. Then there was the matter of who screamed. We carried out experiments at the house to find out just how clearly a voice from our son's room could be heard in our bedroom above. Screams could be heard easily, but loud talking was much less audible, and it would not have been possible that soft words of comfort could have been heard over screaming, even given our sparse soundproofing. However, if the screaming was actually much closer to Anne, the words of comfort would also have been audible, especially if they were intended for both of us. And the screaming was muffled by some unknown effect. There followed the first of the illusions that supported the notion that I ought to revise my understanding of my life. I don't think Whitley was there very much. He was gone. You know, he goes sometimes at night. He goes and works. Or he just goes. I don't remember going, though. I never work in the middle of the night. Once I'm in bed, I generally stay there all night, unless I hear our son, and that happens no more than 2 or 3 times in a year. While Anne's hidden role seems to be that of passive supporter, her own life role is very different. It was clearly revealed by a statement she made before the second session, when Dr. Naiman asked her if her presence in his office was voluntary. If I had said, "No, I'm not going through with this," I wouldn't be here. She is an independent person, as I know, a committed feminist who is politically and socially as active as she cares to be. Except when it comes to this. In this matter, she's passive, which in itself is awfully strange. As the intensity of the experience built, Anne became uneasy with her role. Things were going on, and I wanted to know what was going on. Her tone became forceful and almost angry. When asked why she didn't simply go and see, she repeated that she wasn't supposed to. Supporting this came the first of a number of what she feels are references to a female authority. It was like your mother said to you, "You have to stay here." Anne's hypnosis strongly suggested that I am taken all the time, and mine as well implied more than 2 recent occasions. When she was being hypnotized, Anne had no idea at all that I remembered more than 2 occasions when something strange happened. So why did she say, "friend," as if a familiar individual were present, and why did she assert that I go all the time? When Dr. Naiman and Bud Hopkins moved to the events of December 26, there was a flavor of what it must be like living with all these strange secrets when she made reference to my talking about the crystal in the sky. I remember the image clearly, and I remember being nonplussed when I spoke of it because even at the time it seemed like a sort of falsehood, something I needed to say in order to put some deep uneasiness to rest. She said frankly that she did not consider me a down-to-earth guy. I'm glad of that. After all that appears to have been happening, she would have had to be incredibly imperceptive to think that I was down to earth. Dr. Naiman quite naturally asked her if she thought I should go to a psychiatrist. Her reply was interesting. No, because I think he can deal with these problems. What? I'm seeing things, claiming to fly around rooms, and my practical, no-nonsense wife doesn't think I should see a psychiatrist? Perhaps she knew that there would be no point, because on the level she would not directly address, she was aware that these are side effects of real experience. I will recount briefly the incident of flying around the room. In March or April 1985, I was lying in bed in the country house, reading a book, when I suddenly had the feeling that somebody was in the room. I was confused because the room seemed empty. It seemed almost as if there were somebody there who was able to remain just in the corner of my eye. The next thing I knew, I floated right out of bed. I did not tell Anne that I saw a swirling, dizzying jumble of trees, house, and moon right after that. It just seemed too odd, so I contented myself with saying that I had seemed to float around the room. Flying dreams are not unusual, but dreams that vivid, that take place when you are reading, not apparently asleep, are awfully hard to accept, which is why I mentioned it to her. I needed to talk about it. And there she was, ready to play her assigned role. Instead of asking if I thought I'd like to see a doctor, she just laughed and continued to act as if everything were totally normal, which was enormously reassuring, and I soon forgot the incident. Anne's regression became a little confused at this point because Bud Hopkins made the suggestion back to that night, without specifying which night. She thinks she then confused the nights. It was like a party. There were lots of things going on here now. When October 4th or December 26th, she does not remember, although she states that Jacques and Annie weren't invited, so that may mean the 26th when they weren't there. Yet again, there was a reference to the mysterious female authority figure. It's like your mother says, "No, you can't go." Finally, she volunteered that she's often felt that there are things going on with me that she wasn't supposed to know. She then revealed a definite role. I'm supposed to kind of help him afterwards to deal with it. That's my role. But I can't stop them, you know. He just has to. She was then specifically asked if I have hallucinations. Her reply was that I do not have hallucinations, but they come to him because of his head. She then related her perceptions of the little white thing that invaded our apartment in the village. What it was, we will probably never know, and I cannot even guess its purpose. On listening to the tape of her hypnosis, Anne felt that something seemed to be missing, and found it odd that she had remembered so little about the crucial periods of time, or so she thought. It appears on careful analysis that she remembered a great deal. There was another reference to the voice of a woman. She also admits it was not Annie Gottlieb's voice, although not by saying so directly. It was deeper. Annie has a kind of highish voice. There is another possible explanation for Anne's testimony. It could be an expression of faith for a man she deeply loves and desires to protect, even from the toils of madness, by a subtle act of confirmation. Really a hidden communion, an indirect sharing of an experience she did not have enough information about to confirm in convincing detail. One night, in April, she talked in her sleep. I thought to call this book Body Terror, because of the extreme physical sensation of fear I had felt on December 26th. Suddenly, she said in a strange, basso profundo voice, "The book must not frighten people. You should call it communion, because that's what it's about." I looked over at her, intending to say what I thought my title was better, and I saw that she was totally asleep. Then I realized where I had heard that voice before. I went to my wife and looked down at her sleeping form, my mind full of question and wonder. Our son. We have been careful to preserve our child from the faintest suggestion that he might be dealing with something outside of normal experience. We have told him that he has had some scary dreams. Oddly enough, he seems to take this notion to be a sort of adult fantasy. His own descriptions of what he remembers are completely straightforward, and he doesn't characterize them as scary. While he's more than willing to call them dreams if we want him to, he seems equally comfortable with the idea that they are memories. This exactly parallels my own perception. The material has the taste of real memory, and yet it is so strange that it also seems like a dream. I have asked my son to describe any strange dreams he recalls. He has never been hypnotized, and he won't be until he can decide for himself if he wishes to do it. No matter what the source, this material can be very disturbing indeed under hypnosis, and it is certainly not the business of a parent to assault a child's mind by such experimentation. Here are some of my son's dreams, in his own words. Well, I was dreaming that I was on a boat with Ezra. a friend of his, and someone was attacking, and we were about to dive off, and I was in the middle of the air when I switched to this dream where I was in the hospital in the future where they were trying to cure some kind of disease. I'm not sure what it was. And I was taken out of my bed and onto a cot and out on the porch. Who took you out of your bed and onto the cot? Some kind of doctor. What did he look like? Oh, he was very short and a fat man with glasses that came out, pointed upward like that. Gestures as if his eyes have a pronounced slant. And he always has a big fake smile on him. Smiles from ear to ear with his mouth closed. He kind of kept it there except when he was asleep. How did you know he was asleep? Well, that's because he worked in the night and slept in the day. What did his eyes look like? He was wearing regular glasses. His eyes were a kind of greenish blue color, dark. The only two faces he had was this. Again, demonstrates smile. And then a small one when he was sleeping. Makes an O. Mouth open? Yeah. When his mouth was open, was it round? Yeah, puckered, big puckered. Did you see him when he wasn't smiling? Yeah, when he was doing the operation on me. What kind of operation? Well, it was kind of like a test. What did he do? It was a disease on my arm. He did something to your arm? No, wait. He kept your nose cold like when you eat a lot of ice cream. Did it hurt? No, not really. You say you were examined on the porch. What do you mean by that? Well, they took me onto the porch. There was no way to get me into an operation room because of all the moving equipment. And then by the porch light, I mean kind of like the outside lights at the country house. You know, at the country house, there's that porch light. Yeah, that's the light that was on. They then took special lights and examined my nose, took x-rays and stuff. This last statement could easily be a buried memory of a babyhood injury to his nose, which involved an x-ray to determine whether it was broken. But this memory seems to be mixed in with other material of a totally different nature. What kind of lights? Some were blue lights, and they would look through the front of it, and the blue light would make them see through me without an x-ray. Yeah? And there was an orange light that was supposed to see not my bones, but the inside skin and what was happening. Instead of having x-rays and stuff, they had lights. They had big lights, green lights. Ever remember a dream where a monster came in the house and Mommy fainted? What's that from? That's one of my journal stories. Yeah, why did you make that one up for your journal, do you know? I don't know, not really. I remember it vaguely because I wrote that one a long time ago. Early fall, it was now March. It was free journal story period and I couldn't think of anything. I was tossing and turning in my desk, trying to think of something, and then suddenly that dream just popped into my head. What was it like, that dream? I didn't explain it totally in the journal. It was in a cornfield, my mommy and me. And I was chewing on a piece of corn, and my mom was telling fairy tales. And then the sudden big, about, let's say, from the lobby of this building up to the top, hovered over us. It was colored orange, green, had blue feet. Orange and green are the colors associated with lights on the flying disc that has been seen in our area. It was a thing like an animal or a creature. It wasn't a thing, it wasn't like anything. It was just a big, massive thing. It had these big bumps all over it that were blue, and its feet were orange. Do you suppose you were seeing something flying over you that was blue and orange and green, and you were confused as to what it was? It was like it was flying, kind of. At this point, I felt that I had made a mistake with my last question, in that it was so heavily weighted with suggestion. I concluded our conversation by reassuring my son that he had some really neat dreams that were very interesting to hear about. He then went about his afternoon business, reading Tintin and making a St. Patrick's Day card for his grandmother. I sat in my chair, haunted by what my son had said. Most particularly that I thought of the incident in the cornfield. I will relate a dream I had shortly before we spoke. The three of us were together in the English countryside in my dream. We had rented a cottage. The inside of the cottage was identical to our cabin. I was confused because Anne and our son were not there, and it was already the evening. I was sitting up in bed when I got a call on the phone. I remember saying to the caller, "No, it's all right, they're just staying out all night." On some level, I was full of fear, but on another, I seemed to have accepted their disappearance by justifying it to myself. In the middle of the night, there was a knock at the front door. I opened it to find my son in the company of a group of rescue workers, ordinary-faced men and women with deep, soft, and loving faces. My son was naked except for a dark blue cap that one of them had put on his head. He was moving strangely, as if he had no control over his own muscles. His eyes looked as if they were in some sort of trance. I gathered him in my arms because they told me that touch and hugging would bring him back to normal. Then I looked around for my wife. They shook their heads sadly, and the care and love radiating from their eyes was such that I was not bereaved, but reassured that she would be back soon. Then I was abruptly transported to another place. I was given to understand that Anne and our son had been found here, hiding. It was a cornfield, just like in our son's dream. At bedtime that night, he wanted to talk more about his dreams. I did not record our conversation, but he complained of two things. The first one was that when he started to go to sleep, his whole body would tingle, and he would feel as if his hair were standing on end. A voice would then ask him about his day, how he felt, and private things, which he did not wish to discuss with me. He also complained that he saw a skeleton looking at him when he was trying to relax. The conversation went as follows. A skeleton? Yes, and it keeps staring at me like it was right in front of my face and it won't go away. What does it look like? Well, it's not a skeleton. It's one of those thin ones that stood around behind the doctors. What thin ones? You know, the thin ones that are always saying, "We won't hurt you." Them. It's not a skeleton, it's one of the thin ones. The appearance of these people has never been discussed with my son at all. Not by anybody. And yet his description of short ones and taller, thin ones is not only consistent with my own observations, it is consistent with the experiences of many other people who have encountered the visitors. He had brought a book of haiku at the Strand used bookstore that afternoon, a book entitled A Net of Fireflies. I did not tell him that I had bought the same edition when I was 20 and living with my grandmother, and he derived immense pleasure and comfort from it. He wanted us to read haiku to one another. I read, with tender impact on the icy air, the peach buds burst, their silken petals flare. He smiled his huge smile and commented, "That was really a lot of pictures for so little words." Then he read, "Without a sound, the white camellia fell, to sound the darkness of the deep stone well." Afterwards he said, "Dad, you know, we like the haiku and all the beautiful words, but the thin ones, it's like they are the haiku. Inside, they are haiku." That night, the father stayed a long time with his child, wondering about the soft fire of communion that might be hidden between the breaths of his life. Well, there you have it, my favorite chapters so far. How beautiful was that? I really had a good time. Thanks for letting me read to you. I'll be back next week with Chapter 6, and we'll keep getting further and further into this. And we're going to be getting into the, I believe, final section of communion, not the final video. Don't worry. And this is going to be part 6. No building ever came into being as easily as did this temple. Or rather, this temple came into being the way a temple should. Except that, to wreak a spite or to desecrate or to destroy it completely, the instruments obviously of a magnificent sharpness had been used to scratch on every stone. From what quarry had they come? Of an eternity outlasting the temple, the clumsy scribblings of senseless children's hands, or rather the entries of barbaric mountain dwellers. That's Franz Kafka from The Building of the Temple. And this next part is called A Structure in the Air. Science, history, and secret knowledge. What's going on? Great way to start. In the past 40 years, the question of the real nature of UFO experience has been addressed by psychologists and psychiatrists, most notably Carl Jung, by public personages ranging from Presidents Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford to Senator Barry Goldwater, by a plethora of scientists, by the United States Air Force, and various security agencies, and by the general public. In addition to all this recent interest, there are reports of disc sightings, of airships, of little men in silver clothing, dating back over 1,000 years. I began this search by assuming that I was dealing either with a mental aberration or a visit from another planet. If I had been asked, I would have said that the nature of my experience indicated that the visitors hadn't been here too long, and that I had been studied by a team of biologists and anthropologists. Judging from the extraordinary range, not to mention the age, of some of the material I have found, this cannot be the whole answer. Even if partially true, there is much more to it than a recent arrival of more or less comprehensible visitors. Whatever this may be, a correct and final understanding of it certainly possesses an intellectual, emotional, and spiritual challenge of unprecedented complexity and subtlety. There is so little final knowledge of this phenomenon that it is impossible to do more than speculate about its actual nature. But speculation need not be random, and it can be careful and directed. The visitors could be from another planet or planets, from Earth, but so different from us that we have not hitherto understood that they were even real, from another aspect of space-time, in effect another dimension, from this dimension in space but not in time. Some form of time travel may not be impossible, only unlikely, and probably very energy intensive. For example, if we could convert a human being into some sort of energetic medium, say light or radio waves, then place a reconverter 100,000 light years from Earth, a person could step through a door here, feel as if they'd come out the other side instantaneously, then step back and find that he was 200,000 years in the future. A cumbersome time machine, but it would work. We cannot assume that time travel is out of the question. From within us. I keep returning to this hypothesis because I find it so endlessly interesting and, at its core, so compelling. I suppose the idea that the gods we create would turn out to be real because we created them has a certain ironic appeal to a modern intellectual. A side effect of natural phenomenon. We know so little about how magnetism and extra low frequencies of all kinds affect the human organism. Perhaps there are natural electromagnetic anomalies that trip a certain hallucinatory wire in the mind, causing many different people to have experiences so similar as to seem to be the result of encounters with the same physical phenomena. An aspect of the human species. We have a very ancient tradition of afterlife. The respect with which Neanderthals buried their dead in the Middle East more than 30,000 years ago also suggests that this belief may actually predate our own species. Maybe we do have an afterlife, but not quite in the way tradition suggests. Maybe you and I are larvae, and the visitors are human beings in mature form. Certainly we are consuming our planet's resources with at least the avidity of caterpillars on a shrub. Ancient astronomers of India believed that forgive my pronunciation, the Siddhas, human beings who have attained perfection, revolved between the clouds and the moon, having been transformed into a lighter, less material state. Maybe the ancient and revered concept of human spiritual transformation relates to the emergence of the adult from the larva. In our society, transformation has a bad name, having been associated with various meditation fads and instant success groups. A real transformation has nothing to do with gaining a better life in this world. Deliverance does not involve trying to use Buddhist chanting techniques to acquire a new Mercedes, nor is salvation a side effect of fundamentalist healing services. Transformation for a Zen monk, a Muslim Sufi, a Catholic, or a Jehovah's Witness is the same. It is a matter of delivering oneself into the possession of God. Meister Eckhart puts it very well when he says, "We must become as clear as glass through which God can shine." But this involves giving up the self, which feels just like dying. My historical survey has found that the core experience of seeing flying discs and small figures goes back a long time. If we are dealing with extraterrestrials, would they really have been here, say, for a couple thousand years and remained hidden all that time? Or did they come recently and find a way to slip themselves into a pre-existing human mythology in order to hide there? Or, even more extraordinary, it is possible to consider that they might have really physically arrived sometime in the future, and then spread out across the whole of our history, in effect going back in time to study us. This might mean that they could be here only a short time, say a few weeks or months, but are carrying out a study that would seem to us from our position in sequential time to have extended over our entire recorded history. Of all the theories, this one alone explains why creatures in 1986 would seem so unaware of our languages, nature, and even our clothing, and yet possibly have a history as fairies and gods going back thousands of years. It might also explain why they are so enigmatic and seemingly immaterial. If time travel can exist and is involved, God only knows what the travelers would look like to us as they reached back from the future. From our perception, they might appear in the skies one moment and have full understanding of our entire history, our cultures, and our languages. This would be because they would travel back across the whole of our time in the few moments between discovery and understanding, picking up and assimilating all the details at their leisure, while we would be presented with the illusion that they already knew us well, even though they had, in effect, just arrived. All these hypotheses are interesting, but none of them is in the least provable. They do suggest, though, the rich range of possibilities that are available for further study. The central question remains, is there anything real about all this? I have spent a great deal of time in the past few months searching what could only be described as a morass of literature on the subject of the unidentified entities in their craft. I have talked to scientists who think that it's all nonsense, and to scientists who are not so sure. I have read dozens of case histories and met many other people who have had visitor experiences. Something is happening. This is clear. It is not a version of known phenomena. In my research, I found an undertone of claims that the government knew more about this matter than it was saying. I decided to do some investigation into the truth of this possibility. I found myself in a minefield. Real documents that seemed to be false documents that seemed to be real, a plethora of unnamed sources, and drifting through it all, the thin smoke of an incredible story. There is some small reason to speculate that the United States government may have had some sort of communication from the visitors as early as the late 1940s, as well as obtained pieces of a crashed disk and the bodies of the occupants. I based this notion on the two best pieces of evidence I could find, both of which I have personally investigated and confirmed as genuine. These two pieces of evidence are certainly real, in the sense that they are not witting hoaxes. Of course, people can make mistakes. The first document is a letter written by Dr. Robert I. Sarbacher, dated November 29, 1983, addressed to Mr. William Steinman, a UFO researcher who had inquired about Sarbacher's government consulting activities during the late 40s. This letter had been offered for publication, but to date has not been fully exposed except in the Journal of the Mutual UFO Network, a group of people who, many of them scientists and academics, are interested in serious study of the phenomenon. The letter was also referred to and quoted in Omni. I like that magazine. As Dr. Sarbacher died on July 26, 1986, a few days before I came aware of this letter. I was unable to interview him, but I discussed his case with Mr. Barry Greenwood, co-author of Clear Intent, who had extensive discussions with him. These discussions revealed that Dr. Sarbacher did not appear to know more than he stated in his letter, but he was quite certain that the facts he did relate were as he remembered them. Dr. Sarbacher was a Department of Defense Research and Development Board consultant during the Eisenhower administration. Educated at Johns Hopkins, Harvard, and Princeton, he is the author of Hyper and Ultra High Frequency Engineering Research Accrediting at Military Establishments and the Encyclopedia Dictionary of Electronics and Engineering. This last book is considered a fundamental contribution to science. He has been Dean of the Graduate School of the Georgia Institute of Technology and has participated as a consultant for the Oak Ridge Institute for Nuclear Studies in Tennessee and the Navy, as well as the Department of Defense. He has held many corporate directorships, among them as a director of the General Sciences Corporation and the Union Life Insurance Company. Dr. Sarbacher writes in part, relating to my own experiences regarding recovered flying saucers, I had no association with any of the people involved in the recovery and have no knowledge regarding the dates of the recoveries. About the only thing I remember at this time is that certain materials reported to have come from flying saucer crashes were extremely light and very tough. I am sure our laboratories analyzed them very carefully. There were reports that instruments or people operating these machines were also of very light weight, sufficient to withstand the tremendous deacceleration and acceleration associated with their machinery. I remember in talking with some of these people at the office that I got the impression that these aliens were constructed like certain insects we observed on Earth. I still do not know why the high order of classification has been given and why the denial of existence of these devices. All I can say is that I remember very well the eidetic image. I described the joints of the creature I saw as insect life, and my hypnotic transcripts continually refer to my impression that I was dealing with creatures that moved like insects. I did not know of Dr. Sarbacher and his letter until August 9th, 1986, months after I had my experiences. The combination of Dr. Sarbacher's recollection and my own memory of how the visitors acted and treated me may provide insight both into why they are so secretive and why they have been so seemingly indifferent to our rights and dignity with their forceful abductions. If the visitors are indeed insect-like, they could be organized as a hive, and not only as small as I saw, but also as light as Dr. Sarbacher recalls being told. They may be no physical match for us, not even in fairly large groups. In addition, it could be that there is very little sense of self associated with the individual members of the species. Taken together, they might be very formidable, but separate individuals may almost be negligible. If their mind is also a hive structure, it could be that their language is more a biological function than something learned. Maybe it's like the language of Earth's hive insects, a complex combination of movements, smells, and oral output. There may even be more to it. One of the greatest of biological mysteries is how hives function, and whether or not a hive can have a group mind. I will briefly illustrate the profundity of this enigma. There's been a study of bees underway at Princeton for some years. A part of this study was designed to determine how quickly a hive could find a food source if it was moved. Each day, the food source was moved a measured distance. It was soon discovered that the bees would be waiting for the food source at its anticipated location before it was moved. What a truly intelligent hive mind might have achieved, and how it communicates with itself and others, may be very hard to know. My second piece of evidence that the government may know more about this than it is saying is a small but telling one. A press release that was issued in July 1947. In that month, an incident took place on a ranch near Roswell, New Mexico. That is the granddaddy of all the government has a UFO alien bodies rumors. Throughout 1947, there were many reports in New Mexico newspapers of odd lights. But the first modern flying disc sightings near Mount Rainier, Washington, had been heavily publicized at the time, and some of the New Mexico sightings may have been a result of confused observations of two V-2 launches at White Sands. One took place on June 12th and another on July 3rd. However, on the evening of July 2nd, something was seen by members of the public in the skies over Roswell and reported locally. This object was brightly lit and crossed the skies in a northwesterly direction. On July 8th, the Roswell Army Air Base issued a release, which is published, among other places, in the San Francisco Chronicle. The release was issued by Public Relations Officer Lieutenant Walter Hott on order from the base commander. The many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force Roswell Army Field was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of one of the local ranchers and the sheriff's office of Chaves County. The flying object landed on a ranch near Roswell sometime last week. Not having phone facilities, the ranchers stored the disc until such time as he was able to contact the sheriff's office, who in turn notified Major Jesse A. Marcel of the 509th Bomber Group Intelligence Office. Action was immediately taken, and the disc was picked up at the rancher's home. It was inspected at the Roswell Army Airfield and subsequently loaned by Major Marcel to higher headquarters. Later, a report was issued to the effect that this disc was a crashed weather balloon. Maybe it was, although it is odd that a crashed balloon would have retained enough of its tension to appear to anybody, even briefly, to be anything other than a flaccid plastic bag and some tinfoil. Under the headline, "Disc Solution Collapses," the Chronicle reported that the General Roger M. Ramey had stated that the wreckage was a high-altitude weather observation device that consisted of a box kite and a balloon. Later in the same story, General Ramey is reported to have said that it was a star-shaped tinfoil target designed to reflect radar. Since General Ramey claimed to have the debris in his office, it is strange that he could not seem to settle on an identification for it. Weather balloons, box kites, and radar stars were all familiar to the Air Base personnel in the late 40s, and Air Force officers on active duty would have been unlikely to mistake them. Even less likely to be confused on this matter would have been a working base commander such as Colonel William Blanchard, whose order led the base to press officer issuing the original press release claiming that the debris was a crashed disc. The debris was picked up by Air Intelligence officers Jesse Marcel and Cavett, two more men who would have been unlikely to misidentify items like weather balloons and radar targets. It seems possible that the debris may have been what the officers who originally saw it thought it was, and what they naturally told the press. They were obviously ignorant of General Ramey's cover-up plans. Much has been made of the fact that the original discoverer of the device, rancher W. W. Brazel, was quoted by the Associated Press as being sorry he told about it, and describing what he found as tinfoil and other debris. There are three enormous problems with the credibility of the rancher's statements. The first is that he was held incommunicado for days before he made them. The second is that members of his family have asserted that he made them under duress, and his being held incommunicado, which is a matter of record, would certainly support that assertion. The third problem is more telling because it does not rely on the rancher's verisimilitude at all. It is that none of the officers originally involved ever thought that they were dealing with the remains of known objects, or they never would have allowed their press release to be issued in the first place. On looking back through old copies of the Skeptical Inquirer, I discovered an article in the April 1986 issue entitled Crash of the Crashed Saucer Claim. As it refers to the same incident I've been discussing, I researched it in some detail. Its primary assertion, I'm sorry to say, was not supportable at all. The article claimed that the whole business began with a story in a book by Frank Scully entitled Behind the Flying Saucer. New York, Henry Holt & Co., 1950. I obtained a copy of this book and discovered that there is no relationship whatsoever between its rather dubious tales and the affair in Roswell, 1947. I also obtained a photostat of the San Francisco Chronicle article from which I have quoted. The photostat is dated July 9th, 1947, a year before the events covered in the book. To connect the book and the earlier incident in any way strikes me as an example of poor scholarship and seems not to be supportable. In addition, the Skeptical Inquirer article makes much of rancher Brazel's statements as quoted by the Associated Press, but does not acknowledge in any way that he made them after a period of being held against his will and in the presence of the Air Force officers who had been interrogating him. If all he found was a crashed weather balloon, why did they interrogate him? A more logical course would have been to interrogate and severely discipline the officers responsible for the false press release. There was no reason to hold an innocent citizen who had made an innocent mistake. Strangely, based on the service information I was able to obtain from the Air Force, I found no evidence of disciplinary action taken against any of the officers involved in the press release. Was Mr. Brazel interrogated in order to induce him to change his story? There seems to be no other logical conclusion. The inescapable fact of the Roswell affair is that a group of professionally competent Air Force officers caused the publication of a press release claiming that the Air Force had recovered a crashed flying disc after observing the debris. Only after this release was published was any attempt made to change the story. Even then, neither the release nor the professional competence of its author, his base commander, or the concerned intelligence officers was ever called into question, publicly or, as far as I was able to discern, in internal Air Force procedures. Instead, the original witness, who was in no position to know what he had actually seen, was placed under duress and compelled to change his story. Even this process took a substantial period of time, which suggests that the man may have been clinging to the truth despite the frightening situation he was in. The recent attempt to debunk this story in the Skeptical Inquirer was not satisfactory. As a matter of fact, its author, it turns out, takes the unusual position that all identified flying object sightings can be explained. I have not found many scientists willing to make such a strong assertion about these transitory and poorly understood phenomena, and I wonder if the Inquirer has not stepped beyond the limits of healthy skepticism in its recent article. That there are deep secrets connected with the area of unidentified flying objects cannot really be denied. In the 1970s, Senator Barry Goldwater was denied access to secret documents concerning apparent research into UFOs being conducted at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The National Security Agency has gone all the way to the Supreme Court to protect some of its documents about the discs. The book, Clear Intent by Lawrence Fawcett and Barry J. Greenwood, contains legitimate documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act that make it essentially impossible to contend that the government personnel have not, at the least, had some very strange experiences over the years. It is essential reading because of its coherence and its clarity. Fawcett and Greenwood prove that some extraordinarily strange things have happened, and that the government has kept these things a secret. In 1966, a scientific study of unidentified flying objects, the Condon Report, was undertaken at the University of Colorado. When it was issued in 1969, the Condon Report was instrumental in causing me to lose what small interest I had in flying discs and related phenomena. I read the preface, and I saw that the project leader apparently thought that there was nothing of interest going on. From that, I concluded that flying saucers weren't real and forgot about them. Recently, I read the Condon Report more carefully and discovered that the internal conclusions are at variance with Condon's preface. He's putting his thoughts at the front had the effect of hiding the actual realities of the report. It clearly states that a significant percentage of flying disc cases remain unexplained. At the inception of the Condon Report, Robert Lowe, the business administrator of the University of Colorado at the time, wrote to his superiors the following memo. Our study would have been conducted almost exclusively by non-believers who, although they couldn't possibly prove a negative result, could and probably would add an impressive body of evidence that there is no reality to the observations. The trick would be, I think, to describe the project so that to the public it would appear a totally objective study, but to the scientific community would present a group of non-believers trying their best to be objective but having almost zero expectation of finding a saucer. At the outset of the project, Condon told a public meeting, "It is my inclination right now to recommend that the government get out of this business. My attitude right now is that there is nothing to it, but I'm not supposed to reach a conclusion for another year." That is an unsound position to take at the inception of a study. Upon saying that, he should have resigned as project director. Many of the scientists who have participated in the study disagreed with Condon, especially after they saw the data. Some resigned in protest. One of them, Dr. David Saunders, published a book about it called UFOs? Yes! A few weeks before Condon announced his negative conclusion in November 1968. The Condon Report ended the public interest of the United States government in the whole subject of unknown flying objects. Subsequent to the government's turning away from study in this area, very quietly the number of cases of people being taken by the visitors seems to have begun to rise. Scientists nationwide have responded to the government's public position by refusing to take the matter seriously. Many people of the highest reputation have been sucked into this stance. When the policy of denial was instituted, I doubt if anybody ever dreamed that the visitors would one day start marching into the homes of America in the middle of the night. But it appears that this may be happening. If so, then the public has ended up on the front line, and the visitors are not only entering our homes, they are entering our brains. And we do not know what they are doing to us. It is not impossible for there to be a more provocative or intimate intrusion. If, as seems clear, we cannot control the visitors in any way, then we human beings must create among ourselves a community of support. The only lasting damage I can find has not to do with any direct side effects of the visitors' activities, but within people being isolated within their experiences because of the indifference or incomprehension of competent scientific professionals. The fact that respected public institutions such as the government and the scientific and medical establishments do not consider this a real problem hurts people, and hurts them badly. The lack of social support irrevocably isolates them when they need help the most. When they read false debunking stories or see others like themselves made the butts of jokes in the press, they are in effect assaulted a second time by their own society. Cornell University professor Dr. Carl Sagan has stated many times that there is no evidence that unidentified aerial objects, and presumably visitors, exist. To be precise, there is no publicly acknowledged physical artifact. The large body of encounter memories, some heavily freighted with imagination, others more sparse, amount to an artifact of something. And there is substantial body of carefully authenticated photographic evidence of the devices themselves that is very hard to refute in any way except on an emotional level. Of course, there are also liars who claim contact and faked photographs, some of them skillfully faked. It appears that there is more than a shred of evidence that there are visitors here, and that they are doing something that involves us. It is also obvious from their secrecy that they want very much to hide. Can it be that the government is inadvertently helping them do this, or even that they have somehow compelled it to act as it does? Certainly, the combination of visitor and government secrecy has led to profound public confusion. We do not know what is going on. There is no publicly available reason to conclude that our Earth is the object of visitation, or to support that any other hypotheses that have been advanced, or support any other hypotheses that have been advanced. Indeed, any such assertions would be premature. Maybe the visitor experience is what happens when the human mind looks into the mirror and discovers that its own reflection is not only real, but fearful to see. Something is here. But what? And from where? We come at last to the essence of the mystery. And I'm going to stop there for today. This next part looks like it's called Ancient Future. I'm very curious. So I think this last section of the book is going to be more theories and more analyzing, which in its own way is fun. Maybe not as fun as hypnosis, but still good, and I appreciate him going to the lengths to really try and flesh out this experience. I was also thinking about what we read last time, the The female alien having the basso profundo voice, as far as I know, that's, correct me if I'm wrong, the lowest register of voice, which would be absolutely terrifying to hear coming out of anyone or anything. And this is ancient future. The first instance of an official attempt to explain flying discs, oddly enough, is not American. In Japan, General Yoritsune observed while on maneuvers that there were mysterious lights swinging and circling in the southern sky. The visitation continued through the night. In the morning, the general ordered a group of scientific investigators to determine what had caused the strange disturbance. After consultation, they announced that it was only the wind making the stars sway. They are to be forgiven the profundity of their confusion, for the date of this occurrence was September 24th, 1235, 751 years ago. More recently, the distinguished Harvard astronomer Dr. Donald Menzel, in his 1953 book Flying Saucers, explained that a major sighting carried out by professional observers with good equipment was an atmospheric lensing effect. According to Navy physicist Dr. Bruce Maccabee, critical errors were made by Dr. Menzel in comparing his own lensing theory with the data reported by the observers. Specifically, the angle at which the observation took place was too great to allow lensing, even under Dr. Menzel's hypothesis. However, in his discussion of the sighting, Dr. Menzel did not mention the angle actually reported, but assumed it was one at which it might have been possible to observe lensing. The observation I refer to occurred at 10:30 a.m. on April 24th, 1949, and was made by Mr. Charles B. Moore and a group of U.S. Navy trainees observing a weather balloon with a theodolite. Mr. Moore observed both an unidentified object and the balloon at the same time. He noted the azimuths and elevations of the object as it moved, and it was noted that the azimuths changed by about 190 degrees during the 60-second sighting, and that the central angle between the initial and final sightings was 120 degrees. The information was filed with the Navy Special Devices Center. I found that Dr. Menzel's description of the sighting in Flying Saucers is not the same as in the report. He claimed that what the observer saw was a mirage of the balloon, appearing at first above the balloon and moving straight downward until it was below and to one side of the balloon. But the report clearly states that the object appeared at first so near the balloon that Mr. Moore initially thought it was the balloon. The balloon remained in place while the object moved off to the north. Dr. Menzel was well aware that a mirage cannot appear at a large angle away from the object that is at the source of the mirage. In the appendix to Flying Saucers, Dr. Menzel calculated that the largest angle between the balloon and its mirage would be no greater than 1/4 of a degree. But Moore's measurements were far different from that. To make the mirage theory stick, Moore's measurements would have had to have been off by about 100 degrees. Nowhere in his book did Dr. Menzel mention the actual sighting angles reported by Mr. Moore. 750 years, and it's all still the wind making the stars sway. That is much of the explanation that has been offered for flying discs and related phenomena by those who are emotionally or intellectually unable to admit the reality of the mystery. It is not because they are bad scientists, not at all. To a degree, some of them may be shaking hands with elements of the intelligence community that have hidden information about the phenomena, but this is mere conjecture at this point. A far more compelling reason for this irrational behavior is suggested by a paper presented to the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 1969 by Dr. Robert L. Hall, professor of sociology at the University of Illinois. We might describe the body of scientific knowledge accepted at any given time and the people who bear that knowledge as constituting an unusually strong belief system which resists inconsistent items of knowledge even more powerfully than a layman defending his political beliefs. The very strength of our resistance to the evidence on UFOs suggests to me that there is clearly a phenomenon of surpassing importance here. Since that paper was delivered, there has been added a new element, which is that of scientifically educated people with fundamentalist Christian religious beliefs. These scientists have joined forces with the debunkers, even founding official-sounding skeptics groups that have creationist motives. The Institute for Creation Research has stated, to date, there is not one iota of real evidence in either science or the Bible that intelligent beings were either evolved or created anywhere in the universe except on Earth. In any case, it is the planet Earth which is the focal point of God's interest in the universe. There's no need to look, because there couldn't be anyone out there. I'm having flashbacks. The banality of this position makes it more pitiful than frightening, but there are competent scientists, such as Drs. John D. Barrow and Frank J. Tipler, who recently published a brilliant book, The Anthropic Cosmological Principle, which elegantly states a similar unsound case, albeit from a much more intellectually substantial viewpoint than that of creationism. The weakness of even the most sound man-centered case is our striking lack of samples from which to extrapolate predictions. We have one sample, and one only, this planet. If we could observe conditions on, say, a few million planets, we might be able to make a more viable prediction, as we would then have a sample base comprising at least a small proportion of the probable planetary matter in the universe. As the emotional charge of the debunkers and creationists diminishes the impact of their position, so the paucity of samples reduces the vitality of more coherent man-centered arguments. The truth is that we do not and cannot know the actual condition of life elsewhere in the universe because we are presently too ignorant of conditions outside our own immediate solar neighborhood. However, judging from the amount of evidence available, it may be possible to expand our knowledge simply by taking the flying disc and abductee phenomena seriously. We may or may not find visitors, but we would certainly find a body of data so compelling and multidimensional in its complexity that merely stating useful hypotheses about it is going to be a major challenge, not only to the physical and behavioral sciences, but also to the science and art of language. This matter is a garden of luminous weed, through which only a fool would dash, yelling any doctrine at all, whether it be that of the creationist and debunker, or that of the UFO true believer. Even to approach the idea of visitors, it is necessary to study a whole history of tall stories, bizarre tales, and just possibly truths. It is our American habit to assume that there is something irrelevant, and even a little silly, about the past. Our relationship to former times is expressed as nostalgia, not history. When our government first started studying flying saucers in the late 40s, it never even occurred to anybody official to consider having a look at the past. Here are 2 stories. In the little town of Merkel, Texas, on April 26, 1897, a group of people going home from church at night allegedly saw a heavy object dragging along the ground. They followed it until it bounced across a railroad track and caught on one of the rails. It was an anchor tied to a rope. When they looked up, they saw an airship with lighted windows and a headlight on the front brighter than that of a locomotive. 10 minutes passed, and soon a man was seen coming down the rope. He was small and wearing a blue sailor suit. When he saw the people, he cut the rope and the ship sailed off into the night, leaving the anchor behind. The small beings I first saw were dressed in dark blue coveralls. This is not a unique description of the visitor's garb. Perhaps it is a sort of night uniform. But then there are the kobolds, the dwarves, who stalked the mines of medieval Germany and gave their name to the mineral cobalt and cobalt blue. Why? They wore dark blue coveralls too. One Sunday, in the borough of Cloera in Ireland, the parishioners of the Church of St. Canarius heard a noise on the roof. They went outside and saw an anchor embedded in the eaves. The anchor line rose up into the sky, where there floated a ship on the air. A man leapt overboard and swam down to the anchor. After an altercation with the parishioners, he cut the rope and managed to return to the ship, which sailed away. The anchor remained in the church, but has since been lost. Since this incident took place not in 1897, but around AD 1211. What do these stories mean? When people in the present time find themselves face to face with the visitors, they often think that they are among the first to see them, and they do not remember what happened to St. Anthony of Alexandria, the founder of the monastic movement, in AD 300. He was walking through an isolated canyon when he came upon a small figure, a mannequin with a hooded snout, horned forehead, and extremities like goat's feet. There was a brief exchange of words between this small creature and the saint, who ended the conversation by pounding his cane on the ground and announcing, "Woe to thee, Alexandria, who has, instead of God, worshippest monsters! Woe to thee, harlot city, into which have flowed together the demons of the whole world." Needless to say, the creature fled. During the reign of Pepin, in the early Middle Ages, the French were bothered by apparitions that were seen marching through the sky, camped out in tents on the reaches of heaven, and sometimes in wonderfully constructed aerial ships that flew past in veritable squadrons. People were annoyed at the presence of all this unquenchable grandeur and happiness, and both Charlemagne and his successor, Louis and then Demnair, imposed penalties on the tyrants of the air. As counter-propaganda, the sylphs kidnapped people and took them to their airy abode, showing them their world. But when the people were sent home, they were all burned at the stake without a second's hesitation. Presumably, they had just enough time to scream out their stories before being engulfed in flames. It is not surprising to me that Marius de Wilde, a resident of Quaroble, a French village near Belgium, was so secretive after he encountered two dark alien figures standing near some railroad tracks in the middle of the night in September 1954. Mr. De Wilde, according to Jacques Vallée, in his book Passport to Magonia, Chicago, Region 3, 1969, gave the French air police some calcinated rock from the site of the event, and it was handed over to an agency so secret that its name could not be mentioned by the Ministry of Defense. Perhaps the keepers of these secrets across the world ought to reflect on the ageless nature of this experience. I wonder if St. Anthony's mannequin and the medieval French air tyrants should join the calcinated rock in deep classification. Perhaps this would be superfluous, as one abductee gave the calcinated earth from her backyard to Bud Hopkins, who has no access to classification procedures. Laboratory analysis of the dirt indicated that it had been subjected to intense heat. Dirt from the same garden had to be burned for 8 hours at 800 degrees to achieve a similar effect. And there was no site evidence at all of lightning strike or even of the storm activity on the night the calcination occurred. As the ages roll along, it could be that what changes is not our visitors, but the way of installing them in the culture. Maybe they did not come here in 1946, 1897, 1235, or even AD 300. I've reported that the being I have become familiar with looks like Ishtar. Maybe she is. She said she was old. My point is that there may be far more to this than science or government or even religion can separately address. It would seem that our civilization is not paying attention to what may be the central archetypal and mythological experience of the age. If so, then this is the first time that man has simply refused to respond to the ghosts and the gods. Is that why they become so physical, so real, dragging people out of their bed like rapists in the night? Because they must have our notice in order to somehow be confirmed in their own truth. This may be primarily a matter of visions and chimeras battering at the door of physical reality. They are not simply flickering effects of the mind. Something is out there, and it wants in. There are many instances of the surprising and subtle relationship between the visitor phenomena and the hidden life of the mind. Understand, I am not presenting a hypothesis that denies that the visitors may be real beings from another planet and/or reality. All I am suggesting is that we do not know what they are, only that they are, and our relationship with them is very strange indeed. During the great Northeastern powered blackout of 1965, actor Stuart Whitman saw an object and heard a strange whistling sound outside his 12th-story window. He then heard a message to the effect that the disaster was a warning to the world. The first instance of an unidentified flying object causing a blackout was seen in a play, Twilight Bar, written by Arthur Koestler in 1933. In the play, an enormous meteor flies over a town with a whistling sound, and all the lights go out. In the play, the meteor is a warning to the world, but this does not disprove the reality of the phenomenon. On the contrary, it suggests that something very real may have communicated an actual warning to Stuart Whitman, something that was simultaneously true to his inner life and to the world around us all. A 1950 novel, The Flying Saucer by Bernard Newman, probably recorded the first instance of a flying disc having an effect on a car ignition. Only after that date did reports of flying discs killing car engines become common. But I cannot assert that the discs don't really kill car engines, and very possibly because of something about the mysterious drives that power the ships. In December 1985, a man had trouble with his car's electrical system after he'd been taken by visitors. The car lost all electrical power and could not be restarted even by jumping the battery. It was towed to a repair shop, where nothing was found to be wrong. The battery recharged to normal by itself during the night. I know that this story is true because the man it happened to was me. And the problem manifested itself the morning after my December 26th experience. Whomever, or whatever, the visitors are, their activities go far beyond a mere study of mankind. They are involved with us on a very deep level, playing in the band of dream, weaving imagination and reality together until they begin to seem what they probably are, different aspects of a single continuum. To really begin to perceive the visitors adequately, it is going to be necessary to invent a new discipline of vision, one that combines the mystic's freedom of imagination with the substantial intellectual rigor of the scientist. There are many stories of visitors giving people secret knowledge. Much of it has proven to be worthless, or worse, as was the information I got about the electromagnetic motors. One fascinating case of transmission of knowledge dates from the year 1491, when the Milanese mathematician Jerome Cardon found himself involved in a visitor encounter. When he asked his visitors about the cause of the universe, the tallest of them denied that God had made the world from eternity. On the contrary, the other added that God created it from moment to moment, so that should he desist for an instant, the world would perish. This is not a 15th century idea. Upon contemplation, it emerges to a degree as a concept from Zen. More than that, though, it is a quantum physical idea, suggesting that it is the observer who injects reality into a phenomenon observed. Far from the being of a 15th century idea, it is an 11th century Arabic idea. Did it get to Dr. Cardon via the sylphs, or was it transmitted by more conventional means? There is no other record of it in European scientific and religious literature of the period. If Dr. Cardon obtained the idea in a conventional manner, then what would have been his motive for risking his life to the Inquisition by admitting communion with the sylphs, who were viewed as demons? He was, for his period, an exceptionally rigorous thinker. He was sane and honest. A modern equivalent of what he did would be for a renowned physicist to announce that he had obtained important information in a UFO experience, but could offer no proof that the experience had happened. Perhaps Dr. Cardon was simply too honest to hide the truth. In recent years, many of the taken have reported having sexual experiences with the visitors. Currently, among them, this is a source of great disquiet, as will be observed from comments on the colloquy of the taken that follows this section. It is terrifying, of course, but reflect also that mankind has had sexual relationship with the fairies, the sylphs, the incubi, the succubi, and the denizens of the night from the very beginning of time. Nowadays, men find themselves on examining tables in flying saucers with vacuum devices attached to their privates, while women must endure very real agony of having their pregnancies disappear, a torment that I, as a man, doubt I can really imagine. One of the women I know who has experienced this horror seems to me now like an anguished hawk, humiliated by her torment, I must add that no trivial explanation for what happened to her is viable. Her own gynecologist was deeply troubled and confused by the whole affair. To find some glib explanation for it is an insult not only to his skill and her veracity, but also to her suffering, and to the worth of human suffering. The Roman historian, forgive my pronunciation, Suetonius, maintained that Caesar Augustus was the product of relations between his mother and an incubus. Plato was also believed to be the issue of some sort of peculiar coupling, as was Merlin the magician, born of an incubus and one of the daughters of Charlemagne. In a treatise called On Little Demons, Incubi and Succubi, written by Father Ludovicus Maria Sinistrari de Ameno, forgive me for that mispronunciation, in the latter part of the 17th century, some phenomenal affairs are recounted. One woman found herself awakened by a fine voice, a high-pitched whistling sound. I note in a passing that when I first read this, my blood went cold to remember the thing that haunted me in Austin in 1967 made such a high-pitched sound. And in the Malleus Maleficarum, the notorious treatise against witches, demons are said to speak in reedy voices. The shadowy being with the high voice then announced its love for the lady. She was kissed so softly that it felt like cotton touching her cheeks. This went on night after night. The lady tried an exorcist, but to no avail. Eventually, the incubus appears as a boy with golden curls. Still, she retained her honor. He began to take her things, to strike her little poking blows, and to bother her in other ways. One night, he built around her bed a wall of stone so high that she and her husband had to use a ladder to get out. I will let the good father recount the climactic assault of the lovelorn visitor. On the day of St. Stephen, the lady's husband had invited several military friends to dine with him. To honor his guests, he had prepared a respectable dinner. While they were washing their hands according to the custom, hop! Suddenly, the table vanished, along with the dishes, the cauldrons, the plates, and all the earthenware in the kitchen. The jugs, the bottles, the glasses, too. You can imagine the surprise, the amazement of the guests. Indeed. The teasing continued. In her efforts to rid herself of the incubus, the lady had taken to wearing a monk's robe. She was going to mass in the midst of a large crowd when all of her clothes were suddenly whipped off her body, and she was left naked in the middle of the throng. What could she do? She hurried home. Her torments continued, the good father relates with relish, for many years. This sounds like a fun story. Our present relation to the incubi and succubi may very well center on real flesh and blood visitors who first appeared here recently. But if so, then it also has a most profound and unexpected human dimension, for they are entering our consciousness where our gods and goblins live. A famous case of sexual involvement with the visitors took place in Brazil in 1957. The victim, Antonio Villas Boas, had experienced a number of instances of strange lights appearing in his fields on the days prior to experience. He was running his tractor one night when it died. Mr. Villas Boas then saw that an object had landed in front of him. He was stripped, washed with a sponge, and taken inside the device. He was left lying on a table naked. Some time later, he was astounded to see a naked woman, seemingly human, enter the room. Her hair was blonde, parted in the center. Her face was extremely wide. Her chin, her eyes blue and slanted. The face ended in a pointed chin. Her lips were very thin, nearly invisible. She was shorter than he was. Actually, she sounds very much like a cross between the individual I saw so clearly as the eidetic image and the human being. Unless she was simply a visitor wearing what they thought would be a disguise. She made love to him, pointed to her belly and then to the sky, and left him. Later he was taken to a room with some males and attempted to steal a clock. As in dozens and dozens of tales in the fairy lore, he failed to get his artifact. Why? Either because the visitors are good at keeping artifacts from us, or because they exist somewhere between reality and dreams. And in our inner selves, we know that we can never take into our hands things from the factory of the mind. On December 29th, 1980, a terrible event of some unknown kind took place near Huffman, Texas. Oddly enough, this occurred on the same day and at about the same hour that a spectacular and controversial sighting was taking place halfway across the world in Rendlesham Forest, England. A group of people observed a diamond-shaped object floating in the sky, glowing with a fierce light. The object was surrounded by helicopters. Some of these people were exposed to heat and apparently radiation. They brought suit in federal court, assuming that they had been the victims of secret aircraft gone wrong. There was a lot of amused scoffing, of course, and the case drags on to this day. Meanwhile, these poor people have their health shattered. A double mastectomy has been performed on one victim, and the government stonewalls. The most interesting thing about all of this material, the most important, haunting thing, is that in the past half-century, it has slowly stripped itself of all the illusion. The armies in the sky, the fairies, the incubi, the glorious creatures of old, and come down to what it really is. A difficult experience, terribly enigmatic, the very existence of which implies that we very well may be something different from what we believe ourselves to be on this earth for reasons that may not yet be known to us, the understanding of which will be an immense challenge. Even the issue of where science stands in relation to this material has been with us forever. The first debunker was probably the Bishop Adalbert of Lyons, who, in this time of Charlemagne, saved from an enraged crowd 3 men and a woman who had been climbing down from an airship by half the citizens of the town. They claimed to have been taken for a period of days. The bishop saved them by announcing to the crowd that the whole thing was obviously impossible, and the people had not seen what they thought they had seen, nor had the poor victims been in any airship, because there were no airships. Thus, the first debunker had the distinction of saving the lives of the first abductees. But people have not climbed down ropes from ferry ships since the turn of the century. Perhaps the parallel world has also had a technological revolution, or the mind of man has created new possibilities in its secret universe, or the dead have discovered wonders about which the living only dream. Maybe there really is another species living upon this earth. The fairies, the gnomes, the sylphs, vampires, goblins, who attach to reality along a different line than we do, but who know and love us as we do the wild things of the wood. Who, perhaps, are trying to save us from ourselves, or whose lives are inextricably linked to our own. If we die, must the gods, the fairies, the elves then fall into some blue glen of unknowing? Will their secret world go cold without us? Or will there only be less excitement? If intelligence is normally centered in a hive or group context, a species such as mankind with individual independence of will might be a precious thing indeed, an almost inexhaustible reservoir of new things and ways of acting. Up to a point, there would be a tendency for the hive minds to isolate us, both to protect our freshness and to protect themselves from us. But then, as we matured and came to understand them more clearly, the potential to enter into a relationship with us would emerge. For such a species, old, and with its single enormous mind essentially alone, that potential might eventually overwhelm even the most rigid instinct to self-preservation, especially if we were to learn a way of approaching them that would not threaten them. This thought leads inescapably to the issue of modern abductions and encounters. They seem qualitatively more real than those of the past, although the extended visitations experienced in France and Japan and other places in earlier times also imply wide contact. In an essay on man, Alexander Pope said the following: "So man, who here seems principle alone, perhaps acts second to some sphere unknown, touches some wheel, or verges some goal. 'Tis but a part we see, and not a whole." I tend to find the ancient alien stuff and the historical stuff kind of flimsy. So that chapter was a lot of fun, but I think you can reduce a lot of things to storytelling. Anyway, I'm not here for answers. I'm here to have a good time. And it's been a good time. And this part is called The Hidden Choir. Bud Hopkins has developed great sensitivity to the problems people face after they encounter the visitors. He has dealt with more than 100 cases and knows the pattern of response. When he suggested that I meet the loose support group of others in the New York area, I was at first relieved. Then I became uneasy. "Don't worry," he said. "Everybody half believes that they're dreaming all of this up. And that's the healthiest way. Nobody is going to show you an extraterrestrial belt buckle and blow your mind." Still, I was not eager to meet the other abductees. Just a few days before, I had interviewed a person who believed that he had been contacted by people who, gosh, just looked like the most beautiful gods and goddesses you ever saw, who explained to him that the world was soon going to end and that the chosen would be taken to live on a moon of Jupiter. I hope it isn't Io. This man described a familiar initial visitation, but had altered the terrifying and uncontrollable parts into a structure of belief congenial to him. I expected to encounter people who hungered for belonging, for publicity, who tended to the imaginative and the grandiose, and who were a bit paranoid. I anticipated that their psychological deficiencies would be obvious to me. This was all very far off the mark. They wanted nothing to do with publicity. They demanded anonymity. They were a group of average people. I cannot seriously maintain arguments that they are insane or even particularly unbalanced. They were all anxious. That was obvious. Under the circumstances, any other reaction would have been abnormal. The group was, for the most part, rather hard-headed and not unusually imaginative. Among them were a business executive, a cosmetologist, a scientist, a hairdresser, a former museum curator, a musician, a dancer, in short, a cross-section of any big city. They clung firmly to the idea that they might have been dreaming, clung to it, I thought, as to a bit of driftwood in a storm. I found that my experience had many similarities to those of the support group. We have almost all seen versions of the same creatures. Some of these are small and quick, wearing gray or blue uniforms. Others are taller, graceful, and thin, some with almond eyes, and others with round eyes. I've also seen in my childhood a very commanding presence in white, which had light blue eyes and skin as white as a sheet. This came back to me in the form of disjointed memories, apparently dislodged by all the thinking I had been doing about the subject. Other relatively common observations are the seemingly ubiquitous gray table with the large solid base, the smallness of the visitors, their large black eyes devoid of iris or pupil, and the fact that there is either more than one type or more than one species appearing in the same context. Many of us also seem to have relationships with particular beings. Their skin tone seems to be gray, with other overtones. When they speak aloud, it is sometimes with a high squeaking sound, other times in a deep bass. They can also create words inside the center of their heads. One occasionally feels from them powerful emotions. Other times, they are as emotionless as stones. People report various smells, primarily pungent. Light, both as means of anesthesia and as a medium of transport, is commonly described. I rose up the shaft of light, and the light hit me, and I was totally paralyzed, are typical statements. Electromagnetic effects are also commonly reported, primarily malfunctioning cars, television sets, and home lights. A number of us have also been in a small operating theater, but nobody seems to remember what transpires there. One woman was left to walk around in such a place by herself. Interestingly, one sound that is reported other than the various voices is a very low-pitched noise. There's a small body of research suggesting that low-frequency sound may have biological effects, especially in the area of disorientation. There is as well a striking symbolic consistency which lies hidden within many of the accounts I've heard and read. It is almost no reference to modern Western culture, and so is not particularly likely to have been drawn from some general pool of background symbols. But the symbol is very ancient, as it happens, and through much of human history was tremendously important. I have had a lifelong interest in it, really an obsession. The others in the colloquy all noted its presence. It is mentioned in many of the tapes people have allowed me to hear, and it appears in the drawings they have made. It is an incidental though. Before now, nobody has seen it as a general symbol of the visitors. This symbol is the triangle. Buckminster Fuller, in his autobiography, called it the fundamental building block of the universe. It is the central symbol of growth in many ancient traditions, and understanding of it is the key to the riddle of the Sphinx and the pyramid as the mark of eternal life. G.I. Gurdjieff relates it to the three holy forces of creation, and it is the main sense of the Holy Trinity. I had a pair of triangles etched on my arms in February 1986. Dr. X, a physician in Arles, France, who prefers to remain anonymous, had a triangular rash appear around his navel after his experience. Sifting through this colloquy will be the symbol of the triangle. While the colloquy was taking place, neither I nor any of the participants was aware of the symbol's importance. When we have contemplated sending a message into space, we have thought to send some core symbol, a prime number, perhaps, or the value of pi. the transmission of an isosceles triangle would not be an invalid choice. On the night of April 13th, 1986, 11 of us met at the home of the Bud Hopkins. We were selected simply on the basis of the fact that we live in the New York area and could come. During the colloquy, I presently asked that specific experiences be recounted, but did not have too much success. To many of these people, the details of what happened are an extremely private matter, and given the shrillness of the debunkers eager to accuse them of everything from charlatanism to insanity, and elements of the press so eager to scoff, I could not really blame them. The purpose of the colloquy was not primarily to discuss the details of being taken, but rather the experience of coping with it, of trying to live a normal life without knowing for certain what is real, or facing the risk of personal and public ridicule, of finding one's way in a world that has suddenly become very strange indeed. Needless to say, none of these people would allow his or her name to be used. The only real names in the colloquy are thus my own and that of Bud Hopkins. This is our hidden choir. Take a little sip. Mary, cosmetologist, age 29. Jenny, dancer, age 22. Mark, museum curator and artist, age 55. Sally, business executive, age 36. Joan, beautician, age 23. Sam, scientist, age 39. Fred, musician, age 34. Pat, housewife, age 35. Amy, Pat's mother, age 56. Betty, executive, age 43. Whitley, writer, age 40. This is our colloquy. Whitley. Bud, I'd like it if you could begin. Even though you aren't one, you are still one of us. Bud. I'll tell you what I think would be the most interesting thing. Rather than tell their experience, why not focus on the idea of how everybody feels about their experience? Whitley. But say what happened to you so that there'll be some perspective in people's minds when they read it. Bud. The most valuable thing, really, is for everybody to say how you handle this, how you fit it into the rest of your life, if you do, and how seriously you take it, and how important it seems to be to you, and so forth. That's very crucial. Joan. Sometimes I have a problem feeling the importance of what's going on now. As far as things that take place in the world and job-wise, and the whole attraction of life itself, because I start thinking that this is so mediocre compared to what's out there. What we are doing. People put so much attention, so much pressure on whatever they're doing in their lives. Sometimes it gets to seem like we're such jerks. And I say to myself, it doesn't mean anything. There's something that's going to happen soon, and this doesn't mean anything. What we're doing. And they're trying to tell us something, but nobody's listening. Whitley, what happened to you? Joan, I'll tell you one thing. I was shown a picture of another city they're building. What they're doing now to our planet is killing it little by little, and it's going to come to a point where there's not going to be anything left. I think that they are getting ready to start another world, and there will be people who are a part of that, and it scares me because I have trouble dealing with what's going on in my life now because I start thinking, this isn't really what's happening. It's ending. And they're telling us that. and they've implied that to me. What we are doing is killing ourselves, and that's scary. Whitley, any other thoughts? Jenny, I think what she's saying in terms of the mediocrity of what we are going through is only in the eyes of people around us, but that the important thing is right here. And some of us really understand what is going on. And maybe they are not them, but they are us, and we are them. So if you call them and say, they are looking at us, they are doing this to us, it's not right. They are us, and we are them, and so, Whitley, what happened to you? Jenny, I'm not really sure yet, because I've only had one hypnosis, but I remember something from when I was 5 years old, a very scary experience, and I've always blocked it. From the time I was 5, I was afraid, and I saw things in my house. I saw people in my house, and I would wake up screaming. Whitley, you mean not human people? Jenny, I don't know. They were shadows, small things. I saw once this green thing dripping down the wall. It looked like a very bright green triangular light. And I went screaming into my mother's bedroom, and she said, just go to sleep. Obviously a dream. And so those are the kinds of things I saw from the time I was about 5, and I never connected them with anything until about 6 months ago. My sister said something to me about it, an experience that she had remembered me being in. And I remembered it, but I thought it was a dream. Whitley, in February, I had a triangular piece taken out of my skin on my arm. Mary, the best way for me to live with this is just not to believe it. I mean, there's a part of me that doesn't. The part of me that lives every day doesn't. Whitley, how much of this experience have you had? Mary, a lot, since I was about 5. Whitley, how much would you say? How many times? Mary, 7, 8, 9, 10? Whitley, has anything happened to anybody else you know? Mary, my whole family, neighbors, quite a few friends. From before I ever knew them, we've all just come together, several generations. Bud, you said that there was one figure, one man. Mary, there's always been one central figure. Bud, and he was nice? Joan, was he tall? Mary, no, they were all little guys. He was my protector. Everybody else who was around was always really they were doing a job they needed to do, and that was it. They weren't angry or mad or happy about it. They were just doing what they had to do. But this one guy, in all instances, this one guy, when I got scared, he calmed me down. When I felt bad, he made me feel better. Note, others have had very similar experience of a friend or a protector. The perceived sex of this guide is not consistently opposite, but very often is. Whitley, what did he look like? Mary, he looked like all the rest, really. Whitley, which is? Mary, the same small people, 4.5, 5 feet tall, with gray skin, large heads, big, fluidy black eyes that went on forever. Whitley, in other words, you wouldn't identify him as a human being. Mary, no, not in my town anyway. New York is a different story. Regardless of whether or not any of it was anything more than a dream or what, I know The emotions I've had to deal with through the years have been real. All the anxiety that doesn't have any source. Whitley, any of your kids? Mary, yeah. Whitley, how do you feel about that? Mary, that's the one part of it that really upsets me. I guess it's just the mother instinct in me. I want to know everything that's happening to my children, and I want to be there when it's happening. I don't like the idea of someone screwing around with my kids, and me not knowing about it. They're so defenseless, it's not fair. As if we aren't all defenseless as children, but somehow my mothering instincts are the only thing that turn me on, make me mad. There's only one thing that I'm really angry about, and I don't really understand that. I told Pat, I don't feel like being angry for me, anyway, is gonna work. I have enough terrible trouble dealing with everyday life. There are a lot of stresses, and I don't cope with stress really excellently well. I just get by like everybody else. So I don't see any point in inflicting any more stress on myself by getting all worked up and angry over something I have no control over. Something that no matter how damn mad I get, it ain't gonna do no good. I just gotta make myself get worse. So I haven't whipped up a lot of anger over this other than about my kids. Whitley, so basically you just decided, Mary, live with it. Whitley, keep it from getting too real. Mary, I believe something is happening to everybody. At least everybody here. I don't know why it is more easy to accept things from all of you than I find it to accept them from myself. Like saying it seems more real when it happens to somebody else. Fred, I just want to say that I think we are dealing with so many not so obvious things. At least one thing which I think is obvious and important is the fact that we meet. I think that's important. If there's anything we can understand, it's the meaning. The experience, I speak for myself. I don't know how traumatic it was for others. It was fine for me. It was mind-opening for me. It's thanks to this little group that I'm getting to know love. That's what's important. The rest is up for grabs. Whitley, you want to say anything about what happened to you? Fred, not really. But when people first come, they say, I feel like it's family. Whitley, that's what I feel. It's very strange. I was privately contending with the fact that the one called Mary in the colloquy was instantly recognizable to me, and I did not know why. Mary, strange for me too. Pat, I think the most interesting thing is that I went to a meeting up in Massachusetts, and there was a whole bunch of people. And for some reason, 3 people who had been abducted all came together in the middle of the room. It was very strange. And we all knew immediately. And there was nobody else in the room who had had any experience. But don't count on it. Pat, I'm not saying that. What's interesting is that they knew. They found each other immediately. We huddled around each other. It was almost like we needed to be together. And it was very strange. Betty, I think you get to the point where you almost want to detach yourself from the situation because you really just lose your mind. You have to look at yourself like an outside observer. That's just not happening to you. Sally, I think that's the reason. It's so difficult to piece together when it's happening. Because while it's happening, you're saying this is not happening to me. So part of the mind shuts it off, and part of the mind is having to absorb it. So I think that's the reason it's so confusing when it's happening. At least that's what I felt. I felt really that my whole mind was just falling apart. It was just crumbling. Whitley. What was happening to you? Can you describe anything at all? Sally. Absolute terror. I felt like an animal, totally warped, and totally working on instinct. Whitley. That's how I felt. Sally. I was just clinging to any little piece, little scrap of life, any kind of shelter. I could hide in a corner. If I could hide in a corner, if I could get away from them somehow. I didn't want to know what they were about, what they were going to do, what they wanted to do with me. I just wanted out. Get me home. That's it. I make no claims to being brave. I was not brave. I said often that I felt like Fay Ray. I was screaming and passing out. I don't care about evolution. I don't care about your spaceships. I don't care about anything. Just let me out of here. Of course, there were times when I was less frightened and looked around. But when they were there, no. Most of the time I was angry or terrified. That was it. Fred. I'm still surprised, despite all the books I've read. I find more out here at this group than makes sense to me personally than I do from any books. Whitley. Sam, you're just sitting over there. Sam. My experience happened to me a couple of years ago. I guess it isn't much different than anybody else's. He had a particularly startling experience, especially for a scientist. I find it easier to sit here and talk to other people about it and listen to other people's experience than to sit in a quiet corner and get into my mind and what happened. It's very different. It's very difficult, almost impossible for me to close my eyes and go through the experience. I can't do it. Sally. It's too scary. It's much too scary alone. I did a self-hypnosis thing, actually. Fred. My God, you've got guts. Sally. Well, I did. I went to sleep. I started to relive the actual abduction. I was in my apartment building going up the stairs. Then I got past a certain point and I said, oh no, this is too real. Because I was actually remembering more details than I had under the actual hypnosis. I said, oh no, this is not going to be able to work. And I stopped. Sam, when I get to thinking about it alone, by myself, I get a little angry, and I begin to think, who the hell do they think they are? Are they that they can just do what they want to do to us as though we're nothing? And that really disturbs me. So I turn it off. And I don't want to look at my own experience. I don't even want to think about what's happened to others, because that disturbs me too. But, Mark, if you have anything you'd like to say at this juncture, you've gone up and down about your feelings about it and how real it was. Curious to hear you talk about that. Mark, just trying to get a little understanding. I had an experience when I was 10 years old. Had no idea what it was. But I know for 37, 38 years, I was always aware that something had happened, and a general idea of the location. But I could never explain it. I constantly looked for the area where it had taken place. It was in an area I went through often, where there were a lot of people that are witness to the fact that there was something you just couldn't explain. It was after the first hypnosis that all of this comes out. Too real, too believable. I was with another person. We were out bike riding. There's a lapse of time, and we're walking our bikes home. I remember it telling a story that I had an accident on my bike because I had a scar, but not believing myself, and not believing it throughout the years. Whitley. I'm very curious, just to interrupt for a second, how many of you have stories like that about things you know didn't happen that you've been telling all your life? Jenny, all my life, I used to hear my mother in my head. There was this thing saying, "You're lying, you're lying." But my mother never said it. My whole life, from the time I was 5 years old. Fred. Yeah. Yes to that question, from my point of view also. I know it happened, but I can't believe it. And the other thing is, what's nice about the group, and to get back on that for a second, we looked at each other and we say, I can't believe her story. I can't believe her story. I can't believe your story. I can't believe my story. And yet there's a comfort, which we still share because behind it all, it's all the same. We don't understand it, but something happened. Pat. There's an acceptance. Sally. You know, the first time I realized something had happened that wasn't a figment of my imagination, wasn't some subconscious thing or something a creative element of my mind or something. I was reading Betty Andreasen's story, The Andreasen Affair by Raymond E. Fowler. She described a detail of some sort of crystal boots they had put on her. And they had clear buttons, like a platform. And there was some sort of electrical thing, something inside this clear platform. And that's exactly what I had on my feet. Exactly. And I said, I cannot believe some other woman could possibly have had the exact same thing on her feet. And that her imagination could be exactly like mine. And I just said, no way. And the tears started coming down my face. And I said, that's it. And I was totally upset. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned. I was just a mess. I wanted to hide somewhere. Horrible. Joan, isn't it a relief when you find it isn't your imagination? Sally, no, horrible, except if I was called a liar, but otherwise no. Joan, I figure it's a relief. Whitley, I would have gone insane if I thought this was my imagination. At first, it was perfectly obvious to me. I was going crazy. I expected to just go around the bend. The realization that it wasn't my imagination, when they came in such a way that I couldn't deny it, even if I wanted to. Joan, has everybody had an experience when they were 5? General agreement. Some said maybe 4 or very young. Whitley to Amy. Any thoughts? Do you know what happened to you? Amy. Yeah, I know. I want to say what Mary talked about. One time it seems real, and the next time it's not real. Mary. Every time I look at the pictures of my backyard, then it's real. It was from her yard that Bud Hopkins obtained the sample of calcinated earth. Amy. Sally mentioned Betty Andreasen's book. I looked at a few pages, and I couldn't read the book. I knew I would be terrified, and I don't know why. I had this trouble feeling like I have daughters, and I was afraid. Tom, a college teacher who does UFO research but has not had an experience. In a way, I feel envious of everyone here because you've all had a glimpse into another world, another dimension perhaps. And in a way, you've seen the future. If I could even say that, which may or may not be true. If I could, in fact, it could be coming eventually down the line. You have seen what might in fact be coming eventually down the line. At least, there are people who believe that. And so, you all have a sort of special knowledge that very few other people have. Sally, the question is, what kind of knowledge is it? And what if we don't really want it? What if you don't want it? Then you refuse to accept it. And if you refuse to accept it, you don't have it. So it's sort of like this whole thing. It's like if you could see something inside of a ship and say, is that real? Because you've never seen it before. We're not really good witnesses. I mean, we have just little pieces of things. If we were just allowed to explore one of those ships, imagine the information we could get. But just with little innocent people being abducted, it's not enough. Even though it may be a glimpse, it's a fragment. Whitley, I don't think it'll ever come out completely into the public eye. And when it does, it won't be as intimate as these experiences. People will see it, like something in the sky that everybody sees, and it's there for 4 days, that kind of thing. Sam, at what level of belief are we? Do we all believe that we had single experiences and they're gone? Or do you believe they come back and forth type of thing? Do you believe that they're here all the time among us? Pat, how many people have the sense of continuous monitoring? Jenny, being watched all the time? Pat, continuous monitoring. Joan, I have a very strong feeling. Whitley, I do too. Pat, how many people have the sense that there is something involving permanent relocation? Mixed reaction. Whitley, I have persistent images of being in another place. Sometimes it's park-like, sometimes very bright. Fred, I do too. Very bright. Pat, what makes us afraid of the change? Joan, the sense of not being in control. Pat, I don't think they have individual DNA. I think they're all pretty much the same. They're interested in us because we are different, and we value the difference and our individual freedom. And we feel that when were abducted, the individual freedom has been taken away. And they don't understand that. They don't really understand our sense of freedom and being allowed our own will. Sam, they were almost like under military discipline. Whitley, that was my impression. Sam, they had instructions, and they followed their instructions, and that was it. Whitley, do you suppose we see robots? Sam, I thought of that. Mark, fanatic or just disciplined? Sam, disciplined. Jenny, that's right, I remember them all walking the same way. Sally, moving in unison. Speaking in unison? Unified movement is often reported, such as 3 individuals walking in lockstep. Joan, I can imagine something above them that's speaking through them. They're there to do their job. Jenny, You don't feel any personality, Whitley. And yet at times I feel incredible personality. She's the strongest personality in my life. Jenny, oh, I feel that way too. I feel a personality, but I don't know where it comes from. When I try and picture them, they are one sort of thing, going. But there's this sort of force, Pat, one that cares a great deal. Fred, there is one, at least in my case, that I can identify that had that force of personality. He was directing the whole operation, everything. The others were simply not even taking orders. It's not that an order was being barked at them or said to them. They just boom, 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 did it. I felt like I was even superior to them. I felt like slapping one of them. There was always one you felt comfort under, security under. Jenny. Like he was part of me, in me. Mary. There's a little part of him in me all the time. Sally. One did try to comfort me, but I refused it. I didn't want to buy any of it. Actually, what my feeling was, I felt that if I looked at him, I was sort of like I was looking at the person who robs you. Someone comes up and he has a mask on and you take down the mask. Uh-oh, you're going to be killed now. You've identified him, so I didn't want to look at him. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to become a part of it. I felt if I removed myself, I would be safe. I won't look at you. I won't identify you. I won't tell anyone what you look like. So I just said, I won't look at you. That was just my feeling. If I could identify him, my life would be in danger. No. Sally's experience involves seeing not only visitors, but seeming humans involved with them. It's these people that she apparently did not wish to recognize. Sam, it felt like one superior intelligence, very powerful sense of intelligence. All the rest were nothing. Sally, the others weren't human, like that one. The emotions. The one that speaks to me is a mix. He's a crossbreed between them and ourselves. Whitley. The one that speaks to me looks like a big bug, big eyes. Doesn't look anything like a human being. Sally. Yeah, I saw those. Fred. Just a question. How many feel used? Sally. Yeah. Sam. It could be harmless use. Mary. You know, like for a whole year, I was obsessed with taking some little piece of the world with me. I took my children to the park and I collected every little seed and rock and twig I could find. My whole room looked like a nature study. And then half the stuff turned up missing. Whitley. You know, sometimes I have a thought of what will I take with me. Mary. I do too. I keep thinking that one day this will all be gone. But my thinking is automatic. I want to have this so my children will know how it used to be. Sam. I feel the same way. I want to enjoy what's left here, because it won't be here much longer. I want people to understand that. Mary. My sister was left with a thought 20 years ago, and she still believes it strongly, that by the year 2000, this world is going to be a totally different place. It won't necessarily be a bad place for a lot of them. But for some of them who can't adapt, survival will be very difficult. But it will be a good place. The world will be a more stable place. Or maybe a different place. Sam, more artificial. Mary, truly different from this place here, that's for sure. She says that it is for the young and the strong. She doesn't quite know whether that means physically young and strong or mentally young and strong, but it will only be for those people. Sam, in 15 years? Whitley, I have a feeling it's right on top of us too. My feeling is that a cycle sped up recently, a lot. It's going fast, not slow. I wish to add an aside here, to expand on why I made that statement, in the form of what can only be described as a vivid bursts of information. I've received a great deal of material about the perilous condition of the Earth's atmosphere. Much of this material came in February and March of 1986 and concerned the danger of impending atmospheric deterioration. In March, I called a press conference of environmental reporters in Washington, D.C. to discuss a book I wrote with James Konetka, Nature's End, and to warn about the serious implications of the hole that had been detected in the ozone layer over the Antarctic. My apparent visitor information suggested this hole would lead to further holes over the Arctic and therefore a thinning of the ozone layer over the northern hemisphere, with measurable crop damage from excessive ultraviolet light beginning to occur in 1990 to 1993 period. At the time I gave this warning, the only stories about the hole were saying that its significance was not understood. It had also been told that the atmospheric problems will cause a reduction in immune system vitality in all animals, and that the consequent resurgence of disease. As yet, I have seen no scientific corroboration of this. The damage to the immune system seemed related to excessive ultraviolet light, but the information emerged visually, appearing as complicated images that I might not have understood fully. This information may indicate, by the way, that the ozone holes will open and persist in a single place rather than circulate. Additional information suggested that volcanic activity has exacerbated the ozone problem, and that there would be some reduction of the size of the major holes during the 11 years from 1986 to 1997, but that this would only be a temporary respite. After the conference, I was careful to mention to one reporter that I had had an extremely strange experience, in part that led to my warning. I told this to UPI reporter Ed Lyon and explained that it would be the subject of my next book. Lyon asked what exactly I was talking about. In his May 16, 1986 review of Nature's End, he wrote, asked what the subject could possibly be. He shook his head mysteriously. You'll have to wait. I felt embarrassed to have been so cryptic with him, but I wanted a record of some sort of the real motive behind my calling the conference. If I had told the reporters that alleged visitors were in any way involved, it seemed to me that there was a high probability that my credibility would be destroyed. I hate the idea of repeating predictions because I cannot assess the correctness of the information that appears to have come to me through visitor experience. However, in the past year, the atmospheric predictions have emerged as being quite accurate, and I thought it best to mention them in view of the obvious seriousness of the problem that they address. A little drink. Sally, how many people really feel used? Is that a feeling? Mary, I don't feel it's bad. Amy, I wouldn't use that adjective. Things happen in certain places to certain people. Sally, I feel somehow psychologically violated. There was nothing in my life that would indicate that kind of trauma. There was nothing in my life. Then what happened when this media thing happened and they used my name, I felt like it was happening all over again. Horrible. Horrible. I couldn't control my crying. I couldn't control this horrible feeling inside myself. I felt so powerless. It came back at me, and I couldn't look at anything that said UFO. I couldn't stand it. It was just tearing me up inside. I said, something must have happened. It had to have happened because this feeling was so intense. It was too intense to... True, you're going to get angry because they're using your name. But there was this absolute gut-wrenching feeling. It was just awful. I said, it's happening all over again. Somehow, some way, I am being stabbed in the back again. And it was really horrible. It was just a horrible feeling. And that's what I mean by used. Sally's real name was discovered by some journalists who held her up to public ridicule. Amy. There's something about Betty Andreassen's book that's awakening a terror in me. Something that I put away, that it was bringing out. That's why I couldn't continue to read it. If I continued to read it, it was going to come back to me, and I didn't want to know, whatever that means. Sam. Does anybody ever experience light without any source? You see it on the wall or on the ceiling. It could be in a triangular shape or round. Sometimes I see a triangle. 3 triangles together on the ceiling. Has anybody else seen that? Mary. My son saw a red light chase him out of his room the other night. He called it a red tarantula. It was a small red ball of light with things sticking out of it. That was the same night that one of the few things I believe really happened to me. Whitley. I saw a light just a couple weeks ago that went down the hall and into my son's bedroom. I ran in there, but I couldn't see anything wrong. Sally. That's what I saw coming down from the roof. Then the whole area in the hallway was lit. Totally lit. And then what happened, I was starting to go up the stairs and I turned around and saw my shadow cast from the light. Then the light went out and I decided to go up and see what was going on. Sam. Has anybody had their TV go on or off by itself? General reaction. My own television went off at the main switch a few nights earlier. So that it had to be reset before the remote control could be used again. My wife, myself, and a scientist friend has observed that I can sometimes affect electronic devices by simply placing my hand near them. Since the energies that activate such instruments are known, we intend to devise some physical tests to attempt to measure this. The problem, of course, is that there may be other energies we know little or nothing about that could affect electronic equipment. Mary. Before any of the stuff in the yard, either right before or right after the incident of the 3 men in my room who gave me the box, Whitley, what was in the box? Mary. I don't know, they just told me to look at it and said I wouldn't remember what it was for and how to use it when I saw it again. And I was to hold it and look into it, and I did. But my TV would turn itself up and down all the time. It would turn itself on in the middle of the night, so we finally unplugged it. Whitley. I walk into rooms and short out stereos and things to the point where there are people who won't let me get near their sets and get mad if I touch the equipment because they say it shortens its life. Jenny. Ever wake up and the blue thing is going? Like this? Makes pulsating motions with her fingers. Whitley. What blue thing? Jenny. The blue TV light. Whitley. There's no blue TV light. Jenny. What? Fred. I would turn the TV off and go sit down and start reading, and the TV would go back on. Sally, I got the idea that I could stop the rollover on my TV set. I would generate energy out of my hands. This was after the abduction. I don't know where I got the idea I could do it. Whitley, is there anyone here who doesn't do things to electronic stuff? Mary, I put my hand on a TV screen once, and the TV was all turned off, and it had been off a while, and when I took my hand away, I could see its outline. Whitley, I think everybody can do that. Jenny, sometimes I wake up in the night and it's a blue, but there's no picture. Sam, a strong surge of current crosses the switch. Mark, I think I've had 2 happenings, one when I was about 10 and one about 14 years ago when I was teaching. That event, it was very strange. It happened in a place where I thought it couldn't possibly happen to anyone, and anyone not to see it happen. I just sort of passed it off as a story I sort of made up. But I don't understand why I went and told the story. And then I'd also go back and try to find where this happened. I was driving out one night with the dog to go on a walk and walk the dog, which isn't something I would normally do. To put the dog in the car and drive somewhere to walk the dog. And I drove past this area and I saw this light. It pulled the car over. Or I thought it pulled the car over. I don't remember getting out of the car. But I remember something somehow getting to the area where this was taking place. And I see this silhouette shape. And this light source where these little men, these little creatures, come out. One of 3 sort of comes close to me, but nothing is ever said. Nothing is done. The next thing I know, I get back in the car. Now the area it happened in it's totally impossible for something like that to happen in, without people around knowing it happened. My question to you is, have you had these things happen in places where it seems totally impossible to happen? Sally, mine happened in the Bronx. It's in the middle of New York City, but it's a quiet area. And we think we had some witnesses, but we don't know if these people still live there. I'm sure somebody has seen it, but nobody told anybody. But there it was on the roof. It was as Whitley once described, a dark shape. You couldn't see the sky through it. But there it was, in the middle of the Bronx. There were people down there, and there were cars and lights. Mark, when I think about it, I just don't know if it was me that stopped the car. Fred, they could have taken you somewhere and given you the impression that you were in a populated area. But Mark said that he was walking his dog in this park, so I naturally made the assumption that he just went out the front door and walked the dog. So, in other words, it was close. He said, no, it was quite a distance. So I said, you really walk your dog a long way? And he said, oh no, we went by car. I said, you walk your dog by car? Do you often do that? And he said, no. I asked if he'd ever done that before. He said no. And then it began to look very odd to him. What in the world was I doing walking my dog by my car? Mark, I haven't read Bud's book, Missing Time. I got 100 pages in, and it began to seem too familiar. I didn't want to read the rest of the book because I didn't want to be influenced by anything I read that wouldn't be of my experience during the whole hypnosis thing. I've got to keep this as pure as I can. But when Mark's lady was present, when he described this place, he was when he was 10, which turned out under hypnosis not to be a place, but a thing, more or less, she said with great relief, "I've spent 7 years with him looking for that place. He's got me believing it was a real place, a tunnel. Thank God I don't have to look for it anymore. The mystery's solved." "You were so convinced that it was a tunnel." "No. Both of Mark's experiences involved extreme disorientation as to place. This is quite common, but it appears to have confused him more profoundly than most." Mark: "About a year ago, I asked my mother if she remembered that incident, and what did I tell her? She remembered it and repeated what I had told her. When I asked her where it had happened, she said it happened at the end of the street. She went down and was relieved I wasn't killed. There's a slope. It's a hill. And there's a tunnel there, wide enough for 4 lanes of traffic. But when it happened, it was like I was far, far away from home, on the other side of town or something." I then asked the group what their jobs were. There was revealed a profile of people on the run, constantly making changes, moving, leaving, escaping. One of them, Jenny, had just fulfilled her lifelong dream to move to New York and live in the big city full of lights and lots of people. She has had this aspiration since she was 9. I grew up with the same dream, to live in a little apartment in an enormous building in New York with a view of a brick wall. I did that, though, and it didn't help at all. I now live in an apartment with huge windows and spend a lot of time in a very isolated country cabin. For most of my life, I was running from this, whatever it is. I'm unwilling to run anymore." Whitley: "We all have trouble saying what we did." Joan: "Why do you think that is?" Whitley: "I think we all have something called performance anxiety. That's one of the reasons we all have difficulty pinning ourselves down to do something. I've been extensively psychologically tested twice, and in both cases it came out that there was this deep anxiety in the performance area. I think the reason is that a lot of us have been asked to do some very hard things that we were very frightening. And also I have a feeling that we've been questioned very, very hard, and we can't remember that either." Jenny: "Do you have trouble taking tests?" General agreement. Whitley: "That's performance anxiety." Jenny: "My profession involves auditioning. Every time I go to an audition, I think I'm gonna die." Sam: "I have tremendous anxiety. Things that I'm very sure of in the sciences. I don't have a difficult problem. When you start getting out of those areas, I get into real problems." Whitley: "Fear?" Sam: "I don't know what it is. Some kind of anxiety there. I really can't pinpoint it." Sally: "The simplest test, a typing test, I freak out." Sam: "Being examined." Bud: "You see, if you imagine that there's a situation of having seen 2 worlds, of living in this world and then being dumped into this other world at intervals, that has to make you wonder where you belong. And if, in that other world, you are deprived of your ability to act on your own, you can't even move, and you have no choice. Nobody asks you anything. You doubt your own powers. In a certain sense, you are physically impotent, unable to do anything." Sam: "And when we're actually being tested, the anxiety is enhanced." Bud: One very strange thing that Pat remembered. The thing of the needle going under the eye. Another case of a needle going up the nose. The neurosurgeon said that is going into the region of the optic nerve. And he said, wouldn't it be wild if you could see through people's eyes? Whitley, what if I say love, longing? Does anyone feel anything like that toward them? There was a general agreement, except for Sally, who demurred in this way. Sally, you know the funny thing is, before hypnosis, I felt an attachment to them, a love. And after hypnosis, I was angry. So I can't really say that I feel love. Pat, I feel loyalty. Sally, I feel like I want to strangle them. Sam, I have a lot of mixed emotions. Why are they doing this? That aggravates me. I go back and forth because I don't know. So it's mixed feelings. I feel that they demand loyalty. Whitley, I think we're sisters and brothers, not from the fact that we went through something together, but from the fact that we noticed. Sally, what I really feel hurt about is that I wasn't given more respect. If I ever meet them again, I want to be in control. I want to be able to speak my mind without them telling me what to do. I want to ask them questions. I want some respect for my being. And if they don't do that, then I don't want them back. I really don't. I don't want them anywhere near me if I don't get that response. Amy, you want them to share with your intelligence what they're doing, rather than forcing you to be a part of it. Sally, yeah, I don't even want to know what they're doing. I may be curious, but the point is, if they can't trust me, why should I even care about what they're doing? I just don't want to know. The human race has to have some sort of respect for these creatures, and we're not getting that. I don't feel it, and I'm certain. They take children in the middle of the night. They don't care about the anxiety of the parents. They don't understand so many things, and they don't make an effort to understand. Until we can get across to them that we matter and deserve respect, I don't think we should give them respect. More than one participant was aware that the visitors were involved with their children. One man who saw his child taken in the middle of the night, while he himself was entirely conscious, disagreed categorically with Sally. He maintained that they had shown him respect by allowing him to know what was happening to his child. And not only that, the child was unharmed in the morning and seemed filled with a new light of the mind. That day the child made the following comments. Reality is God's dream, and the unconscious is like the universe beyond the quasars. It's a place we want to go to find out what's there. He also said, Dad, I had a dream last night. It was like a dream, but it wasn't a dream. I was in the woods, and a huge eye was looking down at me. Sally, I think you'd feel horrible about it. The man added that he did feel horrible about it, but at the same time felt that they took the child because they had to or needed to very badly, and the child, and they had been helpful and supportive of him while the child was gone. Then I woke up in the morning and my child was fine, more than fine. That's the reality. Sam, do you think they possibly match emotions? If you're hostile, they will be hostile. If you are not forceful in any way, they'll be nicer. If you comply, they will too. Whitley, they won't comply, I don't think. They can be nicer, I've seen that. Sam, they're never really hostile with children. Whitley. My son remembers them saying in the middle of his head, "We won't hurt you, we won't hurt you." Sam. They have less to fear from children. As an adult, you've learned hatred, fear, violence. They fear an adult. Whitley. I've sensed fear. Sally. Me too. Bud. It's very common that people say they've felt afraid of us. The conversation then turned to the issue of sexual experience, disappearing pregnancies, and the sexual intrusions of experience by some of the men involving extraction of semen with a probe or having it drawn out with a sort of vacuum device. Sally. There was somebody I met, the South American guy. He mentioned a number of dreams he had, an abductee from Brazil. In some of the dreams he saw people. He was convinced that the people were half them and half human. They had large heads, but the features were more human. And they were children, a little boy, a little girl. I remember thinking, well, this was a dream. But he had a number of dreams. Mary, I still keep it in my mind that it might have been something psychological with the mysterious pregnancy that I had. I did not have a false pregnancy. I was tested positive, blood test, pelvic, my periods had stopped. I was pregnant, but I kept in my mind that maybe this was some kind of psychological reaction to miscarriage that keeps me from going crazy, wanting my child. But this is very hard. Mary. The craziest thing is that I'm not alone. I have never before encountered such a group of seemingly ordinary people under so much pressure. They were deeply troubled by the question of what their experiences really mean. Those who have had experience must learn to ride a sort of psychological razor, to accept and reject at the same time. True agnosticism. It is a very active mental state, a sort of eager unknowing. In the direction of skepticism, for the taken, lies one form of madness, in that of belief another. One must balance between the two. For scientists, there is the additional and very real danger of getting sucked into the study of a false unknown. In the case of a phenomenon as complex and yet as transient as this one, that danger is greatly intensified. But a large body of observational information now exists about flying discs. Some of it generated by skilled professional observers. And there are thousands of pages of transcript from those who may have been taken. What's more, most of them seem to have endured intrusions into their brains of one sort or another. It would seem that the existing body of data and the large number of individuals available for study might yield some useful conclusions, as long as the subject is not approached with the sort of negative hypothesis that has disordered the efforts of the debunkers. This need for balance is fundamental to more than the process of reconciling oneself with the apparent meaning of visitation. It is also fundamental to understand the experience, for the experience does have its symbolic center in the number 3 and the triangular shape. The visitors often appear in threes. They project triangular lights. They have been reported to wear various types of triangular devices and emblems. People see 3 pyramids or 3 triangles in connection with them. A huge triangular-shaped object is sometimes sighted. I have triangles etched on my arm. Dr. X and his son developed triangular rashes. I spent 15 years involved with the Gurdjieff Foundation, primarily because so much of the thought of G.I. Gurdjieff and his disciple P.D. Ouspensky involved the triad as a primary expression of the essential structure of life, and I have always been fascinated with the significance of this figure. The triangle was the symbol of the ancient triune goddess, and is, of course, viewed by Christianity as the central form of the Godhead, the Trinity. The 13th century Christian mystic, Meister Eckhart, said of the Holy Trinity, God laughed and begat the Son. Together they laughed and begat the Holy Spirit. And from the laughter of the three, the universe was born. A current theory suggests that gravity may consist of two components counterbalancing one another, the balance of which causes the third force, which is what we call gravity, to emerge. In order to approach an initial understanding of the visitor experience, if that is possible, it might be productive to explore the inner meaning of the triangular shape. And that's where we will end today. I think we're going to be getting more into triangles next time. Oh boy, that was an interesting read, mostly because the way these transcripts are written, I think unlike the hypnosis, you have people who are trying to recollect and people who are coming off as very confused and vulnerable. So it was a little bit of a mouthful, but I thought it was pretty fun. We are technically on the last section of communion. This is the last real written thing. But don't worry, I plan on squeezing everything I can out of this book. So we'll come back and we'll read the epilogue. And we'll come back and we'll read the appendix. And we'll come back and I will tell you all of my very important ideas and opinions that I've gathered while reading this book. This is my first read through. So without much further words from me, let's get into it. This last little bit is called Triad. I began this contemplation at noon at the cabin. It was a day in early spring. I was alone. I began to think of triangles, of triads, of the struggle I have had to find a finer balance within myself. There are many ancient traditions that view man as a being with three parts: body, mind, and heart. It seems possible that the visitors view themselves as an entire species with three parts, judging from the three distinct basic forms that have been seen. There are variants of these forms, and also more human-like beings, but given the degree of perceptual error that must be present here, and the fact that the three basic shapes may have many permutations, there's no way to argue with any certainty that more or less than three forms actually exist. It is not unreasonable to consider that a species with three basic forms would choose the triangle as its most basic symbol of self, as it would express both the nature of the species and a fundamental law of structure. To begin an exploration of this law, I would like to return to Dr. X and his seemingly enigmatic experience. This man, who was at the time of observation a prominent physician, experienced something very peculiar. But what happened to him is not without coherence. He was awakened in the night and looked out a window of his house, which had a magnificent view of the Loire Valley and the town of Arles in France. Hanging over the valley were two glowing disc-shaped objects. Electrical discharges were taking place between them. They moved closer to Dr. X, and he observed them to merge together into a single object. Later, he discovered a triangular rash around his navel and around the navel of his son. The rash has persisted for years, and despite extensive study, remained unexplained. This case was reported and researched by Mr. Ami Michel, a Frenchman, at the time eminent in the field of UFO research. The combination of the excellent witness, the strange physical trace, and the seemingly enigmatic nature of the observation caused Mr. Michel to decide that the UFO mystery as a whole was unsolvable. The fundamental idea of the Triad as creative energy is that two opposite forces coming into balance create a third force. The rather theatrical event that Dr. X perceived was, intentionally or not, an illustration of this principle. Could it have been a communication, even a request for some sort of response? The imprinting of triangles on myself and Dr. X may also have a similar significance. The idea of the triad is not static. It is an expression of a series of emanations. The third force emerges when the first and second forces come into balance, and when all three are in harmony, they become a fourth thing, an indivisible whole. I do not wish to imply by this anything beyond a human context. It is possible for man to become more whole, for each of us to make our private journey back to the place of emergence, and to find there the simplest and most real of truths, that we are all at the heart the same, and that every body contains every soul, and has room for every act without reference to its quality. There is a deep objective awareness of self and universe that is available to us all. We could be part of a triad that includes the visitors. They might be the aggressive force entering us, enforcing our passivity, seeking to draw from the relationship some new creation. But the triad can never come into harmony until there's a firm ground of understanding. We need not be blindly welcoming. What is required is objectivity. We must have a care, for if they are real, it can be as persuasively argued that they are aggressive as it can be that they are benevolent. They take us in the night. They introduce our instruments, and thus their reality into our brains. It is, however, too easy to call them evil, just as it is too easy to say that they are saints, kindly guides from the beyond. They are very real and immensely a complex force, the provocative nature of which demands neither hate nor love, but rather respect in a context of intellectual objectivity and emotional strength. In ancient Taoist thought, the fundamental force in the universe was duality, the yin and the yang, positive and negative, thrusting and opening, seeking and waiting, male and female. This was also thought by the Aztec and many other cultures to be fundamental to everything. And the duality, when it was in harmony, formed the triad. Throughout this chapter, I will draw primarily on the Aztec imagery as a reminder of the fragility and seriousness of our situation if we are indeed dancing a real dance with real visitors. The triad cannot become strong unless it is preceded by a strong duality. Without the friction of bodies, there can be no child, and the universe cannot proceed. There must first be two forces, equal opposites, one that pushes and one that resists. Do the visitors perceive themselves as the aggressive force, seeking to open us to their presence? If so, everything depends on our slowly growing understanding, for unless we understand, we cannot be their equal. Unless the two forces are equal, the triad will not have a chance to balance itself, and the relationship will not be creative. When the opposition between two is in balance, the third force emerges. Perhaps the French call the moment of sexual climax the little death, because it suggests the passing of the parents and the turning of the generations. Or maybe It is like the death of self that's involved in entering pure being, the climax being a moment when the self is absorbed in ecstasy. On the night of December 26th, I felt psychologically destroyed, as if my very self had died. It could be that the basis of the fear we feel for the visitors, and it seems to me they feel for us, comes from a biological, instinctive awareness that our coming together may mean the creation of a third and greater form, which will supplant us as the child does his parents. The third force is not a small thing. It is the immense progress of life, the very moment of the universe, very movement of the universe toward whatever goal it seeks. First and second forces are people struggling in a bed. Third force is at once their frantic union and the whole urgency and implication of creation. It is their mutual attraction, the friction of their bodies, and their child. When the internal triad of mind, body, and heart becomes fixed in a state of permanent harmony, it is because the seeker has finally died to himself and all the allures of life. Out of this death, the fourth state emerges. This is the ecstatic objectivity that the Western seeker cherishes, the nirvana of the Hindu, the blooming lotus of Zen. The human being in a state of spiritual harmony is looked upon as a sort of cosmic egg out of which hatches the bird of resurrection, which is the phoenix, also characterized as an eagle, the symbol of the yin. In the old imagery of the tarot, and in the gospel story of the marriage feast at Cana, the feminine is viewed as a cup, the masculine as what is poured into it. The Aztec poets sang of the creative impact of the god and goddesses of duality, and called the third force the song of the flower. Distantly, as I sit here on the porch of the cabin, I hear the roaring of one of our brooks, swollen by a spring melt. The leaves shimmer on the trees. A swarm of mayflies hovers in the sun. Suddenly, two phoebes battle, a scream, a fluff of feathers, and then silence. Both birds gone. At some moment, for a reason that seems to me to be as large and enigmatic as the universe itself, the female ceased to resist the male. The duality joined, the triad emerged, new life is now vibrant in her belly. And both birds are a little older. Each independent act of creation vibrates the whole web of the world. When the phoebe mates, when a woman takes the pleasure of a man. It is hard for me to think that the relationship between two intelligent species would not be dense with creative potential. When we were first married, Anne and I found a motto for ourselves in the Bible from Ecclesiastes. Two are better than one, and a cord of 3 strands is not quickly snapped. There's a lot of... You could get a lot of interesting mottos from Ecclesiastes. Anne cross-stitched it, and it has been with us ever since. The third strand is the love, then the child, then the long unraveling of the years. At last, it is what is left of a lifetime spent together. And the fading remembrance, the generations to come, and also the joy that ripens in souls. Among the Aztecs, the Lord and Lady of Duality create out of their harmony a truly extraordinary third force. Man was born, sent here by our mother, our father, the Lord and Lady of Duality. The Aztec philosophers asked the question, what is the third force? What is the bond and outcome of harmony? But they did not ask it in these structure-laden words. Rather, they asked, What is his flower? What is her song? The love and the child both make the marriage true. And when the flower and song came together, the Aztecs would say, "The flowers sprout, they are fresh, they grow, they open their blossoms. From within emerge the flowers of song. Among men you scatter them, you send them, you are the singer." The flower is the man, the song the woman. The flower of the song, the third strand, winding gaily in the dark. This must be a very careful business. This communion, for it can be easily make such a flame that the flower is burned. My flowers shall not cease to live. My songs shall never end. I, a singer, intone them. They become scattered. They are spread about. Cortez emerged from the sea, and the shadow of the Creator as a destroyer stalked in the land. Then the flowers were trodden down, and the brutal, beautiful Aztec civilization was destroyed forever. Destined is my heart to vanish, like the ever-withering flowers. What can my heart do? At least flowers, at least songs. So a dark triad was completed, the gory Aztec flower cut by the booming Spanish song. For there to be growth instead of death, much more must be brought to the triad than mere conquest or contact, which, if the visitors are as advanced as they seem, would amount to a form of conquest. Communion is as wide as all the knowledge of both partners, as deep as their whole souls. Marriage requires patience, giving without thought to keep accounts. When one says, "I gave you this, and so I'm owed that," the marriage has not yet begun. Real sharing rests in a balanced recognition of sameness and difference. It is a discovery of balances and equalities. We need to give ourselves to experience without knowing what it is, trusting that our understanding will grow as we proceed. To participate truly in this experience, we must marry the unknown. The only belief is the question itself. Love is a matter of leaping out into the sky. But then again, one cannot be objective in the context of an excess of passion. We must be careful, for the stakes are high. Mankind is in the position of maturing as a species, at the same time that our planet could be dying. We have a difficult road ahead. We must resist all temptation to wait for the visitors to save us. If we wait, we can be sure that nothing will save us. We have to learn to live on the edge of the razor. When two in balance cause a third to emerge and remain in balance, something more happens. The three together become a greater whole. All seeking toward higher consciousness is a search for the sort of balance that will cause the triad to cease to be a collection of parts and become a solid. Hidden in the Sphinx, one of our most ancient objects, is a great idea, simple and extremely powerful. To understand the riddle of the Sphinx is to know how to begin one's walk along the ancient way, the pathless path of old. The most powerful moment I experienced in my search through the modern literature about the visitors took place when I was reading The Andreasen Affair. Few of the accounts I've read contain as much symbolism, but this one contained a great deal, and it was quite remarkable. What interested me most about it was that Mrs. Andreasen obviously had no idea at all what it meant, but it has great meaning, and it is entirely coherent in context with all that I've been discussing here. I'm standing before a large bird, Mrs. Anderson reported. It's very warm, And that bird looks like an eagle to me, and it's living. It has a white head, and there's light in the back of it. Real white light. The light seems so bright in the back of it. It's beautiful, bright light. The light just keeps sending out rays. They keep on getting bigger and bigger. Oh, the heat is so strong. The great symbol of transformation, the fourth beast of the Sphinx, is the eagle. It is ever associated with heat, the energy of the sun that at once sheds the light of wisdom and the heat that burns the self away. Soon sun burns the flowers. That's in Ecclesiastes. The riddle of the Sphinx. What has the strength of a bull, the courage of a lion, the intelligence of a man? The answer is the Sphinx itself, who then takes wing like an eagle and looks down over life from outside of time with true objectivity. The flying Sphinx is a triad rendered in yet a fourth dimension of reality, a triangular solid, a pyramid known in esoteric thought as the living eternal. The pyramids may or may not have been tombs. They were certainly symbols of the immortality of the pharaohs who built them. Betty Andreasen had no idea what her vision was about. They asked her, "Do you understand?" "No, I don't understand what this is all about. Why am I even here?" The central effort of my life has been the fulfillment of the Triad, the creation of the eagle within me. And now I find the key myth of this transformational effort embedded in the innocent literature of the abductees, in a passage of immense power and force. Later in her transcript, Mrs. Andreasen reports being told, like so many of us, that she has been chosen. This confused her because she did not see the significance of what she had been shown, since this image was so powerful and so much at the center of her testimony. It seems logical that whatever it was that chose her did so to convey it. My day alone at the cabin drew to an end. The dark came slipping out of the woods, and at length I went inside and had a meal. I did not turn on the lights, but rather chose to let the night in. Sitting in my silent living room on the couch where the visitors left me on the night of December 26th, reading through the late night hours, I reflected on the relationship between the innocent and the sublime, the new and the ancient. How is it that Mrs. Andreasen, a middle-aged American housewife with probably no access to the texts that concern themselves with this deep secret, hit upon the very symbol of the completed triad? What old beast is shuffling toward the surface of human experience? Surely not the eagle, surely not the very eagle, the phoenix of transformation, whose shadow has made me sweat with longing. Let us turn now toward the rigorous objectivity that might allow a human spirit to take wing, to soar beyond the attractions of life that the Hindu sages have given the wonderful name Maya, which P.D. Ouspensky, in his more utilitarian interpretation, described simply as identification with the illusionary importance of everyday affairs. It seems important to cleave to things of life, the details of every day, but it is not very important. With care, our obsession with these things can be put aside, even while our responsibility for them remains. We do not even know if there are visitors. We do not know what we are, or why this is happening, or exactly what is happening. The real center of this experience lies not in some explanation. It lies in opening oneself to the question as it really exists, with all its mystery and danger. to get that particular flower to open a little more. It made me helpful to turn to another enigma, the tarot. First, please set aside any notion of fortune-telling. I suggest that the major arcana reveal a hidden symbolic coherence of great purity that has more to do with order than chance. About 15 years ago, I became interested in the tarot when I was studying the rise of monasticism in Europe for a historical novel I never actually wrote. I came to realize that the tarot is much more than a deck of fortune-telling cards. It is a sort of philosophical machine that presents its ideas in the form of pictures rather than words. The story it tells is an interesting one. The face cards of the tarot, the major arcana, can be arranged in such a manner that they work as signposts towards spiritual evolution. Card 21, the final card in this arrangement, is called the World. There is in this card as a deep representation of the spirit and the force of the Triad as exists on Earth. It consists of the 4 beasts of the Sphinx, one at each corner, surrounding an enigmatic and powerful figure who stands within a reef. This figure's genitals are hidden by a cloth. It has breasts and also the suggestion of a male form. It is intended, I think, to represent a potential in all human beings. In the hands are carried tools from the table of the card of the magician, most specifically his wand. The figure may represent humankind, transformed, the beast reborn, man or woman, half human and half God. Let's pause here for a second. I'd like to know which deck he's looking at, whether he is looking at the Marseille deck or the Rider-Waite. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to come back next week with that card, and we can take a look at ourselves, because I don't know if I agree with what he's saying. Continuing with the reading. Out of communion, there emerges transformation. The strong body, the brave heart, and the intelligence of a human being. What is the true aim of mind? Does it seek knowledge only for the sake of constructing the intricate pleasures and poisons of technology, or just to know? Or is there another dancer in the shadows? The mind can bring understanding to body and heart. It can direct the body toward healthy ways, and the heart toward the balm of insight. Then, when a being comes into harmony, body, mind, and heart reconciled, there's a chance to look up from the plodding and the toil, and there to encounter the whole tremendous ecstasy that made the phoebes scream in the morning light. It is then that the struggling worm turns from clay into fire and the soul takes wing, sweeping out of time and chance, going higher and higher, daring like the eagle, the relentless, revealing fire of the sun. In all of us, there is an unaddressed urgency which we cannot really name, which seems to lie at the heart of our hope for ourselves. It is the flight of the eagle that we seek, the walk of the monk down the Nirvana road, the faith of the old priest whose mass in his humble little church last Sunday was really said between the words of body and soul. We go from the endless battle of duality to the harmony of the Triad, and then to the mystery of the eagle. Each of us potentially a transfigured being, the friend of God, the phoenix gliding free. Are the visitors asking us to form a triad with them? Is that the purpose of all the triangular and pyramidal imagery? Maybe, but there may be another truth here. Maybe I have located these symbols in the visitor material simply because they are so central to my own life. My whole soul and breath are devoted to the groping toward transformation. Maybe it is inevitable that I would extract relevant material from any enigma that I encounter. And yet I cannot think that Betty Andreasen, who chose to present the fiery drama of the risen eagle with such force in her testimony, entirely on her own. Life is expressed in Christian cosmology as having emerged from the unity of the Trinity, and this is nothing mystical. It is very simply true. We could not exist without all three of the dimensions that sustain us. Solids depend on breadth, depth, and height, and we cannot construct a perceptual reality sufficiently reflective of all potential with fewer dimensions. The advantage of the three dimensions is that they allow parallel movement through space and time, which is essential to experience. Everybody is afraid of giving up themselves and just being. The fire behind the eagle felt so hot that it terrified Betty Andreasen, for it was the fire that consumes the self. It was the apocalypse of the soul. Our agony is to stand before the utter blackness of the unknown with full knowledge that there is something there, and it is alive. And if one is to remain on the path of inner search, we must trust it, even though it may very certainly be dangerous. Strength is needed to endure the fire, courage to enter it, intelligence to come out alive. There has ever been in the life of man this idea of the Triad as the primary force of growth. The Sphinx is a very old construction, and the sacred graphic known as the Kali Yantra, or the primordial image in Indian tantras, may be older still. This ancient symbol, a triangle with the bindu, or spark of life at the center, is associated with the triple goddess who rules past, present, and future, length, breadth, and depth. The trimesters of pregnancy and the 3 seasons of life, childhood, maturity, and age. Out in my woods, the hemlocks are sighing with the long breath of the night. 3 ways was one name of the Roman goddess Hecate, whose 3-faced image at crossroads traditionally received offerings of cake, fruit, and money. Money is still offered at one of her ancient shrines, the Trevi Fountain. And the traditional idea of being blessed by throwing 3 coins in the fountain has persisted to our era. I have done that. The Irish god, forgive this pronunciation, Trefulgyd, is the patron of the trefoil, or the 3-leaf, the shamrock. Trefulgyd is known as the triple bearer of the triple key, which is the same appellation given to Shiva, Astarte, and Ishtar, 3 ancient manifestations of the triune goddess. Of course, the shamrock is also the symbol of St. Patrick. Among the ancient Arabs, the trefoil was called the shamrock, which was a symbol of the male trident of fertility. Did the Irish once know the Arabs? What dark seas flowed before we learned how to write our history down, and what triumphs have been swallowed by their waters? In the Greek alphabet, the 4th letter, delta, is the symbol of the holy door, and among the Egyptians, the triangle was the symbol of Men Nefer, the very ancient goddess of the mother city Memphis, as indicated in Egyptian Book of the Dead. The object of worship of the yantra is to attain unity with the mother of the universe in her forms as mind, life, and matter. Preparator to yoga union with her as she is in herself as pure consciousness. To the Gnostics of the later Roman Empire, the triangle signified creative intellect, the balancing coolness of the mind, the persistent reconciliation that proceeds in the souls of the ones who seek Christ within. Among the ancient Sumerians, Ishtar was the triune goddess, as among modern Christians, the Trinity is the central figure of the creative force. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The way to Christ is lit by the Star of Bethlehem. As also the word Ishtar means star. Babylonian scripture calls Ishtar the light of the world, opener of the womb, leader of armies, lawgiver, forgiver of sins. It is from the legend of Ishtar that the story of the descent into the underworld enters so many of man's traditions. The giver of life overcomes the taker of life, and rebirth emerges. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego traveled the path of transformation and were not consumed in its fires. They symbolically sat astride the shoulders of the eagle, as did the medicine men of Native America, the shamans of the Siberian plains, the witches of old Europe, when the Ice King strode half the continent. Transformation. Among the Apache, when somebody was called in his heart to be a shaman, it meant that he had to go into the world of the dead. He had to dare the fire. The Apache would find a cliff and jump off. If he lived, he became a man of medicine. If he died, he died. Length and breadth, when they merge, make the solid, which the Pythagoreans thought of as mind emerging into reality. Know thyself was ever the refrain of the old Greek mystical philosophers, the admonition of Apollo, and of the visitors who took Betty Andreasson. Could it be that we are about to rediscover the actual, physical truth of the ancient idea that to know the mind is to know the universe? A child reported, "The unconscious mind is like the universe beyond the quasars. It's a place we want to go to find out what's there." What's there? Could there be, in the tinkling caves of the soul, a door that leads beyond the edge of reality? Is that where the eagle will go when it takes flight? Is that where the visitors come from? No matter what factual reality attaches to the experience of the visitors, the presence of the triangle as a frequently observed symbol by many people who have no idea at all of its rich heritage suggests that there is much here that's worth exploring. And not only with the tools of science, but also with the tools of myth and philosophy, with the heart as well as the intellect. At the least, we are dealing with a grand flight of our own mind, in some mysterious way collecting itself against thunder from the future, seeking in this time of world danger toward its oldest truth. It could be that the triangle performs a similar symbolic function wherever the three-dimensional universe prevails, in speaking to us through that particular form. If that is what they are doing, the visitor may be announcing themselves as belonging to the same laws that inscribe our beings and identifying their presence with the everlasting ideology of transformation. It could be a symbol not only of mutuality of structure, but of shared aim, which is the continuum of life and the search for wisdom. The additional presence of the eagle in this symbology confirms its sense and direction and makes it difficult to assert that it is all just an accident, as anchored in chance as a remarkable thing I once saw during a terrible storm at sea. I was in a small cabin cruiser, and a squall had come up out of nowhere on the Gulf of Mexico. The wind was gusting terrifically, and 20-foot waves were threatening to swamp the boat. Should the engine get flooded by water coming in over the transom, we had very little chance of survival. Slowly, painfully, the boat climbed the wall of a wave. As we teetered over, I saw across the sweep of whitecaps an amazing sight. In the middle of a shaft of bright sunlight stood a tall pyramidal wave. Its sides were glassy smooth, its peak streaming white spray into the wind. For a moment, it seemed perfect, solid, and eternal. Then it sank slowly down, the victim of the same random forces that had created it. As we limped back to Port Parnassus after the storm, the captain commented, "You see some strange things out there." And that's the end of that. Wow, I really, I have a really fun time with esoteric things. Give me an esoteric book and I will read it and eat it up every day. And I think that for me, what's interesting about abductor experiences that I have, or abductors, visited, whatever you want to call it, extraterrestrials, is when it crosses over into esoteric ideas. That's my favorite part. That's the juiciest part to me. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about that when I decide to yap about this book a little bit. But I kind of enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. Anyway, I'll be back next week with the epilogue and appendix. We are at the end. We are at the end of communion. And I definitely get sad when I finish books. I've always gotten sad when I finish books. Well, granted, not every book. Some books are a relief to finish, and I'm the kind of person who will probably finish a book even if I don't enjoy reading it. So we're going to read the epilogue. We're going to read the appendix. We're going to read every last little bit of text in this book so we can draw out our time with it. And before we get started, I was talking about last time, I was wondering about the tarot that he was talking about, whether it was the Rider-Waite or the Marseille deck, and I went and I looked at them, and you know what? They're very similar. So this one is our Rider-Waite, and this one is our Marseille. I think the one thing that I would disagree with is that this is an androgynous figure. It's always seemed a very feminine form to me. Anyway, let's put those aside and pick up the last little bit of communion. Epilogue. Where can such a journey as this end? Swaying in the wind with the stars, or along a dark strand of faith? For me, it must be in the human dimension, for that is the only place where we can hope to make progress toward a fuller understanding. I do not have it in me to be a believer, nor can I be a true skeptic, for I loathe the narrow and I love the broad. I cannot say, in all truth, that I am certain the visitors are present as entities entirely independent of their observers, nor can I say that I do not think that they are here at all. It is not enough for us to ascribe the visitor experience to some unusual manifestation of known phenomena and then ignore it. Science has not explained the visitors. Indeed, it has not even begun to explore them. Nor is it sufficient to say that higher beings are studying us and remain passively waiting for what tidbits of knowledge they may toss us. A striking fact of the colloquy was the general expectation of catastrophe, a possibility that I also fear. Throughout the literature of abduction, there is a frequent message of apocalypse. This is also the message of fundamentalism and of some parts of both the peace and the environmental movements. Presently in the Soviet Union, there is so much fear regarding the end of days that Premier Gorbachev has taken to wearing makeup over on Soviet television to obscure a birthmark on his forehead, because people have called it the mark of the beast. And there has been an undertone of fear in relation to the fact that the word Chernobyl in Ukrainian means wormwood, the name of the star in the book of Revelation that is poison to a third of the waters. As the 9th century closed toward the first millennium, the Western world was also swept by a wave after wave of millennial hysteria. The end of days was expected momentarily. Of course, they did not have nuclear weapons and an expanding hole in the ozone layer. The Celtic tradition held that the veil between the worlds of man and spirit could grow thin at certain seasons of the year. Maybe there are seasons of ages, and the veil between matter and mind is now growing thin. It could be that the thought is beginning to cross into the concrete world, or even that the mind is learning how to manipulate reality to its own secret ends. Why did an actor report that a UFO was the source of the great New York City blackout, considering that the first UFO-induced blackout took place in a play? And the first recorded instance of a UFO killing a car's engine seems to have been in a work of fiction. Understand, I am not dismissing the phenomenon with yet another version of the wind making the stars sway explanation. No, the visitors may very well be real, quite real, but what are they? And what in their context does the word real actually mean? I do not think that this is a question that will, in the end, admit itself to a linear and mechanistic answer. The visitor experience drives us to extremes. Those who have seen the devices or their occupants are often convinced that they are extraterrestrial in origin, and science debunks that, just as the clergy debunked the fairies in centuries past, and for the same reason. These outrageous enigmatics so threaten the established order of belief that they must at all costs be rejected. There was no room in the 17th century Christian theology for fairies, and there is scarcely more in 20th century scientific theory for visitors as peculiar as these. But the difference between science and theology is that science can make room for new things. In 1932, Dr. Albert Einstein stated, "There is not the slightest indication that nuclear energy will ever be obtainable. It would mean that the atom would have to be shattered at will." Within the decade, he would write President Roosevelt the letter that started the United States on the road to splitting the atom and creating the atomic bomb. I know in my heart that they might possibly be here. One skeptic said to me, "But if they are, and they're acting like this, it's just so damn disappointing that I prefer not to believe it." Why disappointing? Why not leave the question open for now? True, the visitors have not come down from their spaceships and given us a holographic atlas of their home planet, or the secret of their interstellar drive. They are very strange, but that could be a two-way street. We may also be very strange. Looking back over my experiences with the visitors, I cannot say that I felt inferior to them. On the contrary, the people I encountered did not seem superior so much as wiser, but also more simple and uninformed as individuals. And they not only feared me, they seemed in awe of me. When they asked me what they could do to help me stop screaming, there was an edge of panic among them. They are not all powerful super beings. They are frail, limited individuals far from home, if indeed this world is not their home. I can discern a visible agenda of contact in what is happening. Over the past 40 years or so, their involvement with us has not only been deepening, it has been spreading rapidly through the society. At least this is how things appear. The truth may be that it is not their involvement that is increasing, but our perception that is becoming sharper. The evolution of this increase in perception may have a very definite design. We initially noticed objects from afar, then closer. Then we remembered seeing the visitors, and now we are beginning to remember being with them. More than one of these taken were told that he or she would remember nothing for 5 years, or until 1984, or in a few years. Will the visitors emerge into our world on a flood of memory? And if so, then why? Why not simply land, open the hatch, and come out? It could be that they wish to avoid what Cortez did with such eagerness. It is not difficult to crush the flower of a culture's spontaneity. A friend of mine sat in a Native American medicine circle within hearing distance of a hissing interstate highway, and he heard the emptiness in the old chants, the sadness where conviction once rang. And no new stories are being woven in Papua New Guinea. The streets are becoming a ramshackle version of Lansing, Michigan. It's all turning to rock and roll. The scepters of the kings are being broken up for firewood, and the old rich truths of that culture now seem to its inheritors as embarrassment. Would we not all risk being lost and non-meaning if an apparently superior visitor culture emerged suddenly in the open? Science, religion, even the arts might be shattered by the appearance of a culture that already knew everything we want to know about the universe. Unless, of course, they were to emerge not into blinded awe, but into our understanding of its truth, its strengths, as well as its weaknesses. Maybe that is why 2 triangles were inscribed on my arm, to symbolize that we are each a tiny, complete universe, a small but valid version of the whole, that the smaller is not less perfect than the greater, but only less mature. Beyond the present level, what awaits? What will happen in 10 years, in 20 years, as we begin to admit that the visitor phenomenon has some sort of extrapersonal reality? Perhaps it will begin to come into clearer focus. A visitor once said to an abductee, "On is off and off is on. We confuse the language." There's something of a mirror image in all of this, and in the visitors more than a little of the prankster, which also has so much significance in our own mystical literature. Forgive my pronunciation. From Till Eulenspiegel to Mullah Nasir ad-Din, we have always accepted pranks as one output of true understanding. God laughs and plays, says Meister Eckhart. Dr. David M. Jacobs of Temple University recounts a fascinating story of a woman in Philadelphia who once saw a flying disc across the street from her house. As soon as she looked at it, it came closer. She beheld a row of 9 windows. In one window stood a man with a cigar in his mouth, staring out. He was as motionless as a statue. The next window revealed a woman in a flowered dress, sitting in a chair, also in some sort of trance. 3 of the small gray beings then came past the other windows and conducted the entranced woman from the chair and off down a corridor. The woman who saw this was not a saucer nut, not a psychotic, but rather an ordinary person. She neither sought nor received fame or money. She simply told what she saw, all innocent to the fascinating combination of absurdity and far-reaching implication in her story. At the moment of highest absurdity and intensity in my experience, When I was called their chosen one, I had a distinct memory of seeing them getting a woman in a flowered dress very excited with a similar speech. How can something so profound, and even dangerous, as the visitor experience, also be so ludicrous? It would seem to me to be possible to say that the mind also laughs and plays. In August 1986, a man had a remarkable experience while driving toward Great Neck, Long Island, on the Grand Central Parkway. It was 9:30 p.m., and the sky was overcast with a 3,000-foot ceiling. The man suddenly saw an enormous airplane coming toward him so low that it looked like it was about to land on the parkway. It had two bright lights in the nose, lights that seemed to shine beams directly into his eyes. There was a red light at the tip of the wing and a green one at the tip of the other. As he passed under the plane, he looked up and he saw that there were rivets in its undersurface, which was streaked, as if it had scraped along the ground. He saw 4 engine pods with whirling propellers. The nose of the plane was flat, and there was no horizontal stabilizer. The man slowed down and leaned his head out of the window, looking up at the bizarre craft. It seemed almost to be standing still, and the propellers made no noise at all. Soon he was past it and taking the Great Neck exit, which makes a horseshoe around a small hill. Above this hill he saw what appeared to be an advertising sign made of many small light bulbs. It had an angle in it, suggesting that it was attached to 2 sides of a building. It was flashing, but the symbols were incomprehensible. As he rounded the horseshoe, he saw the sign from an outer angle. He realized that there was no building there. Then he concluded that it must have been a plane. But it suddenly shot off to the southwest, rising into the overcast with blinding speed. What happened to this man? What did he see? It would be easy to dismiss his experience as a pair of hallucinations. Easy to debunk this one. There is, however, a problem. The problem is the man himself and his extraordinary apt qualifications. He is a leading perceptual psychologist with encyclopedic knowledge of just exactly how the brain perceives things and what misperceptions mean. What's more, he has a near photographic memory and eyes so superb that he can see the moons of Jupiter unaided. He is also highly intelligent and exceptionally emotionally stable, having had many hundreds of hours of psychoanalysis as a part of his clinical training. Anybody can have a hallucination or Anybody can have a hallucination or a misperception. But this highly qualified man feels certain that what he saw was actually there. Interestingly, other drivers did not react to it at all. I wondered if that might not be because they believed an illusion that this man's mind was too highly trained to mistake. Most people saw a plane and an advertising sign. But this acute, trained mind saw beyond the camouflage to what they really were. A device of unknown origin and purpose. How interesting that such an outrageous perceptual joke would be played on a skilled perceptual scientist who himself has superb perceptual equipment. Or perhaps the visitors were indifferent and chance played the joke. Then again, maybe it wasn't a joke at all. What about the light shining in his eyes? Did they use it to learn something from him, or induce him to act in some drama of importance to their enigmatic designs? I would not be at all surprised if the visitors are real and are slowly coming into contact with us according to an agenda of their own devising, which proceeds as human understanding increases. If they are not from our universe, it could be necessary for us to understand them before they can emerge into our reality. In our universe, their reality may depend on our belief. Thus, the corridor into our world could, in a very true sense, be through our own minds. The idea of parallel universes is neither proven nor new. It has a distinguished history in physics. Of course, the conditions under which movement between universes might be possible are not known. We have seen that the visitors are not fairies, and that their ships are not figments of the wind. Now that we know this, what more will we learn? Humanity could be clutching the frail bark of unmounted, outmoded worldview while the wind of the mind is swaying with the stars, swaying the stars into very real craft, and out of them is coming a faint call for help from a lady in a flowered dress. There is not a mere matter to be explained away by one dodge or another. It is an immense human reality, vast in its impact and complexity. It has coherence, strange, but undeniable. And thus there is certainly a process of thought that will draw it into our understanding. Presently it is lacking effective definition. To leave it this way, when it seems so rich with potential, would be a shame. But has science the wit to study such an elusive and multidimensional enigma? I say yes, resoundingly so. Even a brilliant but arrogant curmudgeon of my acquaintance, who denounced it all as preposterous, is important to an understanding of it. Blind denial is as empty a response as blind acceptance, and operates on the same level of validity. There is no real intellectual difference between the haughty psychiatrist or physicist and his refusal to accept the truth, and the nervous contactee eager to see the phenomenon as a dimensionless cartoon of space friends. We must break through both distortions, and we certainly can. The visitor experience may be our first true quantum discovery in a large-scale world. The very act of observing it may be creating it as a concrete actuality, with sense, definition, and a consciousness of its own. And perhaps in their world, the visitors are working as hard to create us. Truly, such an act of mutual insight and courage would be communion, two universes spinning each other together, the old weaver of reality rethreading creation's loom. Who knows? Maybe really skilled observation and genuine insight will cause the visitors to come bursting to the surface, shaking like coelacanths in a net. Something is here. Be it a message from the stars or from the booming labyrinth of the mind, or from both. It must have left a signature somewhere, a thread in the snow, a scratch of a strange nail upon a wall. And we can certainly find that thread if we bring humor and honesty and courage and great care to the effort. In taking the thread, we might find ourselves in possession of a very real key to the universe. In any case, Accepting that the visitor experience is not a false unknown will relieve a lot of suffering. Once the thread is in our hand, our own mythology will tell us where it leads, for it will be the same thread that the maiden Ariadne handed to Theseus when he stood before the maze of the Minotaur, young and strong and mad with courage. And we will go down the labyrinth to meet whatever awaits us there. Appendix 1. A statement from Donald F. Klein. I have examined Whitley Strieber and found that he is not suffering from a psychosis. He is not hallucinating in a manner characteristic of a psychosis. I also see no evidence of an anxiety state, mood disorder, or personality disorder. He is an excellent hypnotic subject who appeared to make an honest attempt while under hypnosis to describe what he remembered. He has approached the dilemma of what is happening to him in a careful and forthright way and has pursued his investigation with diligence. After an initial period of stress, he became much more calm about his situation and soon learned to deal with it in a psychologically healthy way. He appears to me to have adapted very well to life at a high level of uncertainty. Donald F. Klein, Director of Research, New York State Psychiatric Institute. Appendix 2, Polygraph Results. On October 31st, 1986, hey, Halloween, I was polygraphed by Ned Lorendi, President of the Society of Professional Investigators and Vice President of the Empire State Polygraph Society. He has been a polygraph operator for 25 years. He was paid in the normal course of business before the polygraph was undertaken and was not familiar with me before the test. I was aware of the controversial nature of the polygraphic results and so determined to add a test of Mr. Lorendi's effectiveness to the process. Without telling him, I lied in my answers to control questions 13 and 16. In both cases, he detected the lie correctly. His ability to do this, along with his leading position in his field, has convinced me that despite the controversies surrounding lie detection in general, he is very skilled indeed. The letter referred to in the test results was written to Mr. Lorendi on October 17, 1986, and outlined the part of my experiences that I remembered before hypnosis. The reason I carried out the polygraph was to reassure readers that I honestly think that I perceived the things reported in this book. It is not fiction and does not contain a word of fiction. My successful completion of this test in no way proves that my recollection of my experiences is correct, but it does confirm that I have described what I saw to the best of my ability. Test results. Are you known as Whitley Strieber? Yes, evaluated true. 2. Do you intend to answer truthfully? Yes, evaluated true. 3. Did you intentionally plan to be given a lie detector test on this Halloween day? Note, Mr. Lorendi suspected that he might be the victim of a practical joke, an understandable response in view of the coincidence of the date and the nature of my experience. No, evaluated true. 4. Do you belong to any cults? No, evaluated true. 5. Do you think that those things happened to you on October 4th, 1985, that were outlined in your letter dated October 17th, 1986? Yes, evaluated true. 6. Did you ever fraudulently conceal any information prior to 1984? No, evaluated true. 7. Do you think those things happened to you on December 26, 1985, as outlined in your letter dated October 17, 1986? Yes, evaluated true. Besides when you were 8 years old, did you ever hallucinate again prior to 1984? Note: I had a hallucination during a fever when I was 8. No. Evaluated true. 9. Do you live in New York? Yes. Evaluated true. 10. Do you think those things happened to you on March 15, 1986, as outlined in your letter dated October 17, 1986? Yes. Evaluated true. 11. Did you ever lie for personal gain prior to 1984? No. Evaluated true. 12. Do you think those things happened to you in late March 1986 as outlined in your letter dated October 17, 1986? This referred to the intrusion of the needle into my nose and my visit to the doctor to have the injury examined. Yes. Evaluated true. 13. Did you ever lie to anyone in a business venture prior to 1984? No. Evaluated as possibly untrue. A correct response. I've been in business for 20 years and I'm not sure I haven't lied occasionally. 14. Have you lied to those people who interviewed you with respect to the 4 items we discussed? No. Evaluated true. 15. Are you a freelance writer? Yes. Evaluated true. 16. Did you ever lie to someone that trusted you prior to 1984? No. Evaluated false. Again, he was right. I lied to my parents, for example, when they asked me if I knew what could have burned the house down when I was a boy. 17. Have you ever intentionally ingested any hallucinogenic drug? No. Evaluated true. 18. Did you ever take any prescription medication without a doctor's permission? No. Evaluated true. Note: some control questions are dated prior to 1984 to more clearly separate my responses to them from surrounding key questions. They are not meant to imply that my responses would have been any different after 1984. And after that, we have 6 blank pages where, if this was my book, I would scribble some notes, I'm sure. But alas, I've been borrowing this book from a friend. And it's over. Oh, my heart. There are so many things I just can't believe. First of all, I can't believe that I made it to the end of this book and released a video every week. Secondly, if you've been here for the whole time, that's also impressive. Thanks for letting me read to you. I really enjoy reading out loud. And this gives me something fun to do. Maybe, well, I said I would do it, so I guess I'll do it. I'll come back next week and give you some of my opinions on what's going on here, or what I think. And I think now that I was waiting till I finished the book to rewatch the movie. I don't really remember what happened in the movie. I watched it at a part in my certain time in my life where I don't remember a lot of things. So I wanted to revisit it because I remember it being very entertaining in a very unhinged sort of way. And that might maybe inform what I think about the things being said in this book. But for now, I'm just going to sort of bask in the completion of everything, because while it is sad to finish a book, it's also very fulfilling.